don't know, you don't care. Makes no difference in your life, right? Most of us, maybe some of us will never go to a tribal legislator meeting or a general council in our life because most of us never come into contact with or need government. What does our tribal government do for you? Well, you get your per capita, okay? If you die, you get burial. The tribe will bury you up to $3,000. The tribe will bury you. But who wants to die to get any services, right? That's no fun. But government is not here to take care of your every little need. All government does for you and I is to take care of the silent kind of things, the infrastructural kinds of things. It'll take care of police services. And if you don't break the law, you never come into contact with the police, do you? It takes care of garbage pickup. And you just put your garbage out there every Thursday morning and by magic it's gone. It takes care of road maintenance. You know those days that you'd love to have a snow day? Well, there we pay, along with the county, to get you here by getting the snow and the ice off of the roads. And that all happens before you even wake up. If there's a terrible storm and the lights go out and we have old people that have no electricity, we go and pick them up and we take them to the gymnasium. We put them on cots, we take care of that. When our people get old and sick, we take care of that. But your age group, have you ever gotten one thing from the tribe? Probably not. Probably not. I have never gotten one thing from the tribe. Most of us get up every day, go to school, go to work, and we take care of most of the stuff ourselves. But, so then you're asking me, what's the point? Why even have this? Why even have tribal government? Well, because we do take care of the big, important issues. What is the one major thing that we have that everybody wants?
Money.
Money. Money. And let me try, absolutely correct. Money is what drives government. Money is what drives history. If you look at any major historical event, you can find 3 reasons for it to happen. Money, money, and money. Those will be the 3 reasons for just about any historical event. Name a historical event that did not have anything to do with money. Name one historical event. Okay, I'll give you one. Osama driving 2 planes into the World Trade Center. Did that have anything to do with money?
Yep.
It had everything to do with money. Who said no? You said no. How come? Why didn't that happen? Do you think he's just a mean man?
It's not like he's doing it to get money from the United States. He's just doing it to prove, just to get back at the United States for doing something there.
What? What did we ever do to them?
Nothing.
What did they hate our policies? Yes, yes, yes. They're jealous of our wealth. They're jealous of our wealth. So history is based on money. It's based on money, and government is based on money. And here's what it's based on. Who has it? Who wants it? Who gets it? That's government. And where do our dollars come from? What is our money tied up in? Before we put it in the bank. Where do we get our money? Virginia, where do we get our money? You don't know where we get our money? Huh? Where do we get it? You don't know. Huh? Yeah, but where do most of our people work?
Casino.
Aha. Very good. Casino. And then where else do our people work? Yeah. Okay, so those are two things that the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin takes care of in this Constitution addresses. You think there are people out there who want our forest?
Yep.
Absolutely, they would kill for our forest. We have, how many acres of land do we own? No, not quite a million. Not quite a million. A lot, yeah, a lot. That works in some of these classes, but we need exactness. Do we have 500,000 acres? We have 235,000 acres. 235,000 acres. 85% of it is in forest land. 85% of that 235,000 acres is in forest land. And absolutely, people want that forest. People have been trying to get that forest ever since we were put on this reservation way back in the 1850s. They said, oh, those Indians don't need all those trees. We'll just clear cut it and then they can have the land, they can be farmers. So how would you like to be a farmer rather than a lumberjack? No? You don't want to milk cows. Okay. Why would we not be good farmers here?
They don't know how.
We don't know how. What else? What else is wrong here that would not make or contribute to us being good farmers?
Because white women
Huh? Because what? We have a very short growing season. Very short. We're good at whatever we do. Menominees have always been good at whatever they do. We were good hunters, we were good gatherers, we were good farmers, we were, but the land wasn't good for that. The land was too short, the season was too short. And we have what's called the Wolf River Batholith, runs right through our reservation. The Wolf River Batholith is just a huge granite. Anybody go to tribal school? Tribal school is built on granite, isn't it? Yeah, and you go out to the playgrounds and little snakes kind of meander around. Little snakes will come right into your building. Were you ever in there when that little snake comes wiggling in to the basement of tribal school? And that's because of all of those rocks there. That's the Wolf River Batholith. You gonna grow anything on the land at tribal school? Snakes. Who wants them? So, this area, but it was good for trees. And people did want that. So our job is to make sure they don't get it. And when you sit in my chair, that will be your job too. Because will they come after it again? Indeed they will. They come after it all the time. They come after it all the time. The last time they came after it was in the 60s, when they terminated our people from reservation status. And the interests that wanted to turn this into a recreation area, they said, we'll turn that in and we'll bring all kinds of white people in here and they can buy lake lots on our pristine river, our pristine rivers, our pristine lakes. Oh, not enough lakes, we'll make some more. And that's where that whole Legend Lake came from. That's Legend Lake. And now, every time one of these lots come up, we get first choice. They say, Menominee tribe, do you want to buy this? When white people get sick of living here, they say, do you want to buy it? We have the money, we buy it. If we have the money, we buy it. And that's written right into our restoration plan. We get first refusal of every piece of land in the exterior boundaries of this reservation. Well, a lot of times, how much do you think some of these places are worth out there on Legend Lake? Who lives on Legend Lake? Oh, you're a Legend Laker. Some of those, do you ever ride around the lake? How much do you think some of those homes are worth? 100,000? Easily. Easily. Some of the ones on Casino Lake are worth 100K. Some of them are worth 200, 250, 300,000. Can we afford to buy that? No, not unless we have oil in Saudi Arabia. We can. But, yeah, we still get first refusal. If our fortunes change, the ideal thing, this is what I would love to happen in my lifetime. It's not going to happen in Eastern my lifetime. Maybe it'll happen in yours. That every piece of property we lost on to Legend Lake, to non-Menominees, we buy back. That would be perfect. Wouldn't you just love to not have all of those Chimokamans on Legend Lake? Sure. Doesn't matter to you? Why? Well, that's the same thing that's going on in the Middle East. Do you think it makes any difference that Chimokamans live on our reservation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Guess who votes in the elections for school district?
Them?
And they turn out almost 100%. Do you know that this school's budget was up for voting and it was voted down by Legend Lake people? Why? Why do you think they voted down the budget? And that affects you, my friend. Affects you. Well, it's not important to them for you to have the best education. What kind of people live at Legend Lake? Are they old people or young people? Old people. Old people who have already raised their children and sent them to nice white schools somewhere down in Illinois, right? And their kids got a good education. Now they come up here and they're retired and they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't care if you get educated. So does it affect you? Absolutely it affects you. Absolutely it affects you. It affects your education. And so they voted down the school budget. How do you counteract that then? How do you counteract that? Well, you get out and vote. Your parents got to get out and vote. Every school election, every annual meeting. Because they can hold us hostage by voting down that budget. So do they affect them? Yeah, they affect them. wanted this for their homes. People were looking around and needed a piece of property. What do? Are we affecting her ability to practice her religion? Should we have done that? Was that our business? Okay, what do you think we did? Gave the land to her? Was that what you would have done? You would have given that land to her for religious purposes. Tim, what would you have done?
There were houses and they don't people, yeah. All the fellas can live them.
You wouldn't have. That's what we did, is what Tim said. We did not give her that piece of property. But we didn't build a home and give it to her, to somebody else. We said, if you want to live there, then you build the home and then you can live there. But the Constitution, people, tribal legislators, what are we going to do with this? What are we going to do with this? Because they came in with a big petition, says, we want that for our sweat lodge. Well, we can only give land for various reasons. Religion is not one of them. So this guided our decision. We can use it for recreation. We can use it for home building. And it can be used for industrial. It can be used as a right-of-way. But religion was not one of the reasons we could use this. And so it was a no-brainer for me. I took an oath of office to uphold this document, and so I said, nope, didn't get that piece of property. We said, take the sweat lodge, put it over here. Fill that property, move your gas tank up to the front, and she had a full acre here. But land is at a premium here. Land is absolutely at a premium here. Why can't you build in downtown Kashina? There's no room. What about the park? Why wouldn't they let anybody build on the park, in the park? Other than the fact that it's park. What if we said, okay, we don't need that park there. People can live there. Why wouldn't we let anybody build there? Why do you think would be a bad idea? What's wrong with the park area? What happens to that? Yeah, it's in the floodplain. Nobody wants to live in the floodplain. I live in the floodplain, and trust me, nobody should live in the floodplain. Everybody in downtown Kashina lives in the floodplain. Floodplains are fine when there's no floods. But every 5 years, 10 years, we get a flood down there. What is government going to do about that? Well, I represent all Menominees, including the people who live downtown and are in the floodplain. We have put a boom up on the Wolf River, up above the old Kashina Falls. And what the boom does is it's like an ice catcher. And that's what happens to the river, is it has ice buildup along the banks. And pretty soon you have a damming effect. Pretty soon you have a flood in downtown Kashina. And people down there will, all the people right down Main Street, their basements will be flooded if they have them. But since we put the boom up, we've, I don't know, I'll tell you if it works. Come back in 10 years if you're still here and tell you. It may work, it may not work. Yeah. Okay, so it's about land. Your job is to protect the land. Then your other job is right here. Money. Who has it? Who wants it? Who gets it? And that has to do with this right here. It's been in the news a lot lately, hasn't it? How much money do you think the tribe gets from that operation down there? to $1 million. What do you think we get from that?
From what the casino?
From the casino, yeah. Huh? Well, how much money do you think goes through there every year? 10 million goes through there every year? Mhm.
Probably about 20, 30.
Yeah, probably about 20 or 30. About, oh, 60 million goes through there every year. 60, 70 million goes through there every year. That's money that's passing through here. Passing through here. We can retain, in a good year, we can retain, you know, in our best year, we retain $12 million out of that whole big lump there. And then that was given to the tribe. And then the tribe was able to provide services to all of the people. And so then this right here became very important. Who gets the sunyan? Who wants the sunyan? You know, and then, and some people are very good at getting money. Yesterday's speaker, who'd you have yesterday? Ken Fish is very good at getting money. And he's very good at it because he knows how the system works. And so he can make a good argument for getting money. And that's kind of the way it is. And do you know what that is, what that's called when they can make a good argument for getting money? This is what it's called. It's called lobby. You know what a lobbyist is? You know what that means to lobby? It's if you're the tribal legislator and they say, I got this really good idea and I want you to support me. And I'll tell you what I'll give you. I have this huge family. And at the next election, we'll all vote for you if you support us on this issue. What are you going to say? Can I support this issue? Do I feel okay about this issue? Is it something I would support anyway? Should I do it? Is it within my principles to do that? Is it good for all the Menominee people? Then you say, yeah, okay, I can do that. That's lobbying. It's going up to you and schmoozing you. It's twisting your arm. It's getting you to do the stuff that will benefit this interest group over here. So lobbying is all about interest groups. Who do you think goes around and lobbies on the reservation? Who are some of the interest groups? Are you an interest group? Do you think you're an interest group? Your age group, is that an interest group? What do you think? Do you think you're an interest group?
What is an interest group?
An interest group are people of same needs. People who have the same, not maybe needs, but wants. Would you be an interest group? Yeah, what are your wants? Your wants are money? How can government give you money? We just can't give people money. Huh? What are some of the things that concern your age group? Tell me about that. What concerns you as a sophomore in high school? What concerns you? What concerns you? You don't know what concerns you? concerns you? What do you want? Tim? Tim, you guys don't know what it is you want? Does that really concern you? Look at your everyday life. Look at your everyday life.
Big school.
Hmm?
Big school.
You'd like bigger schools. This is where you spend how many days, how many hours of your day? Yeah, yeah. What else would you like? You'd like a bigger school. What else would you like? What else would you like? What would you like in the school?
Bigger gym.
You'd like a bigger gym. Sure, sure. What else on that? What else besides a bigger gym? What else besides a bigger gym? What would you put in that bigger gym?
Basketball.
More basketball hoops. What else? They want all the stuff for that. What would you like to see in this much bigger gym? This much bigger school?
Swimming pool.
A swimming pool, absolutely. A swimming pool. What else would you like here? What would you like in this huge big complex that these boys are building over here? Hmm? Swimming pool?
Big classrooms too.
Bigger classrooms. Virginia, what else would you like to see with this in this school? You don't know. You got Tim.
Bigger library.
Bigger library. Bigger library. Sure. Bigger library. Okay. Would you like to see a little? Would you like to see a little putting green out in the back?
Golf course.
Would you like to see a little golf course? What else? What else? See, this is all about wants. This is all about our wants. And that's what you look at government for. You are an interest group. Who said go-karts over here? I want a go-kart track. I'd like a track. Let me tell you what I would like from this school. I'd like a track where I can come in early in the morning and walk the track because I don't get enough exercise. I would like a weight room that doesn't make you buff you up. I want one of those where I can just exercise. I'd like to have a sauna. I'd like to have all of those things. Those are wants. Okay, you guys say that you want all of this stuff. How are you going to then take your wants? Do you have any? What about recreation?
We can't build bigger like school.
What?
Build a bigger boys and girls club.
Build a bigger boys and girls club. Yeah, that's a want. What would you have there? What would you have at that bigger boys and girls club?
Basketball hoops and
Some basketball hoops there. Some basketball hoops there.
go-karts there.
Oh, yeah, we got basketball and go-karts in the mind over here. What else would we want?
Swimming pool there.
And I want a swimming pool there too. See, these are all wants. These are all wants, aren't they? But wants are unlimited. We can just get wickedly creative. Resources, on the other hand, are very limited. So this is infinite. This is finite. So you have to say, well, I can't ask for a swimming pool in every community. But let's put one place so all Menominees can have a swimming pool. And so then you kind of narrow your focus and you say, okay, I'm going to lobby for that. Do you think you have political power?
Yep.
How? How do you have political power?
We're practicing the Constitution and then we move on
institution. Can you go to a general council and talk? Can you? Yeah. Who can talk at the general council? Not everybody. The general council, only the general gets to talk at the general council, huh? Who can talk at the general council? There's only a small group of people that can talk. You must be, Tim, who can talk? No, not the, we never say anything at the general council. What? Members of the tribe. You must be an enrolled member of this tribe, and you can go there and you can have your say. You can have your say. And if you could get a delegation and say, okay, here's what we want with school dollars. Here's what we want with recreation dollars. Here's what you can go there and say, excuse me, but you're spending way too much money on old people. Let's take that money and spend it on young people. You could go there and say that. Who would be upset with you? Old people. Who do you think lobbies better? Who do you think lobbies better? Old people or young people? Excuse me, you guys never come and say diddly squat. Every once in a while, some little group will come and say, can we have $500 for powwow? And the tribe will say, well, let us think about that for a while and eventually give you maybe $350 or something. But old people, what do we do for old people in this community?
Everything.
Well, be more specific than everything. Exactly. Exactly what do we do for old people in this community? Where they have all of those senior citizen centers, don't they? They have all those, they have a senior citizen center. Do they have one in Kashina?
Yeah.
Have one in Yopa? Yes. Have one in the branch?
Yeah.
Yes. Have one in Middle Village?
Yeah.
No. Gotcha. Yeah, but we have those in those senior citizen centers. What else do we do for old people on the street? What do they have? They have their own buses. And I mean super duper buses. Super duper buses. They're not those old yellow monsters you ride. They're those ones that are air conditioned and heated and they have these lifts and all the bells and whistles. And they have all of that. And do we have a CBRF for old people?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We try and keep our old people here. So we do all of that stuff for our elders. Why do we do that? We respect them. We respect them absolutely. But they are very good at lobbying. They're very good lobbyists. Who else do you think is good lobbyists in this reservation? Ooh, I'm running out of time. Okay, I better shut this down for a while. And I want you to ask me whatever questions you want. We've got a few minutes left. And I'll answer any questions that you want.
Are you putting a new dam in?
That's a question that we're studying that right now. And it kind of looks like the recommendation is no. The recommendation is no. And because it's so incredibly expensive. And so it's all about, what is government about? Money. It's all about money. And so will government choose the most expensive option? No.
Are you going to get into the building?
Well, we've looked at all kinds of options and, you don't need to have the dam there, is the advice that we're getting. There's another way to get into the mill.
They would make milk on the
And
clock,
maybe
you
you
know,
do
milk
extreme.
Well, that's one of the big concerns. Are we going to damage and mitigate the wildlife there? Are we gonna take away some of the recreational value? So that's all part of that consideration. We had a public hearing in Neopet in the fall. And it was for the people of Neopet to come and have their say about it. Most residents of Neopet don't want that removed, and if we remove it, they want it rebuilt. But how can you get your wants known?
like Francis said,
Well, you can also write letters, you can also lobby, you can do this right here, you can call your legislator, and every legislator is responsible to you. Call them up. Hey, Lisa Waukau, I want that dam. Bye-bye, everybody.
Tell you right now.
It went so fast. It went so
know the names of the people on the enrollment committee. See if I can remember them. Edwa Benasco, Tilly Jukazi, her daughter Myrna Jackson, Margaret King, and Kim Oshkishko. I'm the enrollment director for the Menominee Indian Tribe. I have been there for almost 20 years. I have an enrollment assistant, Liala Rabdu, and I have a data entry clerk and receptionist, whose name is Preston Piausi. How many enrolled members denied? We have a total of 1,153 members are on the ancillary roll, which means they were denied and placed on the ancillary roll.
How much was that again?
1,158. Are you aware of your trust accounts?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what happens to it once it's paid out? It goes into Associated Bank. All minors' money goes into Associated Bank. And it accrues interest until you're 18. You guys are gonna be 18 pretty soon? How do you total Indian blood? Does anybody know how to total Indian blood? Let's say my mother was half, and my father was half. How much would that make me?
Quarter.
No, I'd be a half. I get a quarter from each, and you add 2 quarters, and that makes you half. If both parents were full bloods, the children would be full bloods. You always take 1/2 of the each parent's blood, and I do have that on a handout here that I can show you later. Is my job fun? Yes, it is. And it can be very demanding. It can be frustrating at times, especially when you have people with the same name. We have, I could mention this name because this person is way back in history. Her name is Matilda Ashkenani. Well, we didn't only have one, we had 3. And try to tie her down to one family was kind of frustrating. What is my salary? Well, when Easter was my supervisor, I was making $5 an hour. And that Easter says, Eileen, when you do your budget, I want you to give yourself a 10% increase every year till you're up to the level with the other ones. Right now I'm making $15.70 an hour, which isn't much compared to some of the other directors. But I'm working, I'm 69 years old, and I also draw my full Social Security, which is now allowed. Has anybody ever been taken off the roll? Yes, they have. We had 2 removed a couple of years ago, and it had to do with paternity. The parents weren't married, and the mother said so-and-so is the father. He signed an affidavit saying he was the father, but then when it came to do blood tests, it proved he was not the father. So we removed 2 children from the roll. But recently, one of them got back on the roll because there was a blood increase. Does anybody have any questions? Requirements for the roll, does anybody know what that is? I believe it states in the Constitution, you have to be 1/4 or more. Back in, let me give you an example, my father Earl Wilbur. When he was born, his mother was not enrolled, nor was his father. And he had to be born of a parent who was enrolled and residing on the reservation. So therefore, he never got enrolled. And after he got enrolled, she had maybe 3 or 4 more children, but they got enrolled. And my father did not get enrolled until 1975 when the rolls reopened, when it didn't matter where you were born. Any questions? Who wants to come work in the enrollment office? You have to know more about it. Oh, I know what I can. How many people here think they are related to me? Nobody? I would say Corn is related to me. His mother's a Wilbur, right? Renita Wilbur?
No, my auntie.
Pat Corn?
Oh, yeah, Pat Corn is,
That's your mother. She's a Wilbur.
no,
My
that's,
auntie.
Huh?
That's my auntie.
Oh, that's your auntie.
Yeah.
his dad is a Corn.
Who's your mother?
But Lord.
Oh,
My gosh.
oh, okay. But he resembles the boys. You know, what's her name? Pat's boys. Over here, the guy over there, that, what's his name? Tim Wapus. Your mother is,
Julie Ryder,
and who's her mother?
Ruby.
Okay, Ruby descends from the Wishkobe family. And I also descend from the Wishkobe family. There was a marriage there, so we're all related. Anybody else related to me? Gee, not too many. When I had a director's meeting, I did the same kind of presentation, and there was 18 directors I was related to. Back in 1935, there's what they call the Indian Reorganization Act. And as a result of that, about 160 families have charts like this on file. This is the Panas family. This goes way back to, oh, who knows, 1850s and before. This is Easter's father here, Peter Panas. Shows her, the grandmother, grandfather, and so on all the way up. You can do a family tree with these. This is my family, the Wilbur family. And about per capitas, if you know of anybody who did not get their per capita, through the years going back to 1994, we have a total of 489 people who have not got their per capita. It's only $100, but that's $100. I have some family trees you guys can work on. Oh, what is up now? Does anybody know Paul Pamanek? Easter does. Well, he's with my great niece, and she allowed me to use her application form for this. This is an application form for enrollment. And because Paul's name is on the child's birth certificate, his child wound up being 333 5/12 Menominee. We don't just say 1/4, 1/2, 3/4, full blood. It goes all the way up to 10/12s, 10/24s. We have some people who are 5/55, 10/24s. In order to get enrolled, you need to have an application filled out, state birth certificate, this is just a copy, and copy of social security card for when you get per capita payments. What we do is we send them a letter like this, encased in plastic, along with their birth certificate returned to them. We keep the state birth certificate until the enrollment committee reviews it. And once it's reviewed, we just make a copy and send it back to them. Where some tribes, they make you leave it there. They keep the state birth certificate. And this is my daughter's. I have a daughter, Minna, who goes to the college in Menominee. Right now she's going UWGB in Green Bay. But she is a descendant. She's a first degree descendant on the Menominee rolls. She gets a thing like this saying she is a descendant. She's not enrolled, but she is a total quarter Indian. I'm also Chippewa Indian. Actually, my blood totals 1/2. Therefore, she gets a quarter from me, but she can't get enrolled because it's not all Menominee. And we've got some people in here who are not enrolled with the Menominee tribe, but I know they're enrolled with other tribes. And I think in some of Easter's other classes. I can't think of his name. Does anybody have any questions at all?
I have a couple questions relating to the enrollment committee. In the Constitution, it says that they'll be comprised of 5 eligible tribal voters and shall be elected or appointed at the annual general council. Could you tell us a little bit about that procedure and how it works, and sometimes how it doesn't work and what the tribe does? Meaning there sometimes isn't a quorum?
If you want to get on the enrollment committee, you have to take out nomination papers. And I think you have to have 75 signatures. And once that's filled out and your name is put on the ballot at the general council, if there is not a quorum of 150 eligible voters, then the enrollment committee is then appointed by the legislature. Not from these, from some of these people who have submitted nomination papers, and it's been open to the public after that they can, like say I retire, I can get on the enrollment committee even though I have not put in nomination papers if it didn't go through the general council. We've had times where some of our members, like Easter's father was on our enrollment committee at one time. He passed away, he had to be replaced, and that is when the enrollment, or the tribal legislature appoints a new member. They could pick you off the street and say, okay, you're on the enrollment committee. But they usually pick somebody who has applied for being a member. Any questions? Don't be afraid to ask.
I have another question. In the Constitution, it says that the enrollment committee shall report to the tribal legislature 4 times per year. Does that happen, and what do you tell them?
It very seldom happens. Only during certain I think when Lucille was chairman, we reported regularly, or whenever they required us to. But after each enrollment committee meeting, they are given a copy of our minutes. I have contact with several different offices who require of me total enrollment. Like yesterday, we had to do a printout of all the minors, or not the minors, of all the enroll members who are 55 and older. And usually that's to arrange for a Christmas party, or then it figures into your burial fund. Our insurance department has a burial fund of $3,000. I know, this guy over here looks like he's got questions, but he doesn't want to ask you.
Jesse? Have a question, Jesse? I know they were all concerned about the funds that they have in
Okay.
accounts, and the main concern is that they know they have an account, but what would the procedure be for them to get at least a statement yearly as to how much they have?
With your money that has recently been placed in trust with the individual Indian monies account with the Bureau, you should be getting a statement. Do you know if anybody's got a statement? Really?
None of the kids.
And that's been, what, a year? Well, next month it'll be a year that we got the payment. I could call and ask them why they haven't sent that.
Okay.
The money that's in trust with Associated Bank, if you've been enrolled since 1994 or prior, you would have about $870 in that account. Each year, and the bank does not give out statements for that. If they would be charging the tribe money to do that. But I do have a book in the enrollment office that states how much money people have.
So the procedure then would be, is if they wanted to know, they could go to you and you could tell them, like yearly, they could go in and say, well, how much do I have?
Sometimes it increases with the interest, then again, sometimes it goes down. Sometimes the bank is allowed to use that money. You know what I'm saying, to invest it. And sometimes they lose money. I know they did one year. The year they got $100, and it showed up that the person had $99 in the account. So everybody lost $1 that year, I guess.
See, I think that's kind of a concern to most students now, is the fact that they are allowed to use this money and it's not just in an interest-bearing account, that it's allowed.
It is.
It's allowed to be invested,
You're right, right.
so it's in a different kind of account.
Mhm.
So
But the money with the Bureau does what? Accrue interest.
okay.
Like people that have taken their $2,000 out, they got maybe like $2,070 since October, which was a good amount of interest for just less than a year.
So basically then, Eileen or Ms. Schultz, what you're saying is that the enrolled students here, they were born, most of them were born like in around 85, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They have money in two banks, or
Right.
two areas. One is
Right.
Associated Bank of
Nina,
and the other is the Indian Monies account with the Bureau.
right. And that's down Albuquerque.
Okay.
But that's a long drawn-out procedure to get that. But once you turn 18, they are supposed to, or maybe a month before you turn 18, they're supposed to send you paperwork to fill out. I should have brought copies of those. But there's two papers along with the W-9. There's a place on there for 3 addresses. And if you're gonna apply for your money, I suggest you cross your Ts and dot your Is, that's how picky they are. Just yesterday, I had to, this elderly woman wanted to withdraw her $2,000 out because her money was placed in trust. And we just listed her as with her first name and then her married name. But they had something with a T on it. No, it was just the opposite way. She put T in the middle for her maiden name. First name, T, and then married name. But all we have her listed on as her first name and married name. So they want things to be exact. You know, who is she? You have to prove who that person is. Another thing I've had to deal with is, back in the 1920s, a lot of people did not have birth certificates. They weren't born in a hospital, or even prior to 1920. They didn't have birth certificates. So in order for some of these people to draw Social Security, I have to take what information I have, like we have records of birth, we have census reports, we have old enrollment books. And then I do a follow-up by doing a family tree showing who their parents are. Then I have to get that letter notarized so that they can send that to Social Security, saying they were really born, they are who they say they are. Another thing, you know Eileen Burka? Well, she's in your family. That's one thing, a lot of people don't know their family, you know, and they should. You might wind up marrying your first cousin. But anyway, Eileen Burka, Eileen Menor, she came to the enrollment office one day when she was ready to retire, draw her Social Security. She come in here, she says, "Look at my birth certificate, Eileen." I said, what's the matter with it? Look at my first name on there. Her name wasn't Eileen. Her name was Eileen, the same as mine. And I told her, I says, all these years, you did not use that most beautiful name. And she's related to me too. So we've had a lot of, most recently, one of our members, I think you know what happened Easter, one of our members' father took him away from here. Did you hear about it? Mm-hmm. And he wound up coming back. Just lucky, I was still working in enrollment office, and that he had a piece of paper with my name on it. If I hadn't have been there, maybe the person wouldn't know who he was, you know. So after 18 years, he came back here to be with his mother.
Do you have much of that? He was already on the roll though
Right.
before he left. I think I told the students that story.
Yeah, he was enrolled.
My cousin, it's my cousin, she
Right.
had a baby by a teacher. Did I tell you guys that story? No? No, yeah? And anyway, as the story goes then, the teacher left, he was a white guy, he left, and he took the baby with him.
Not right away though, did he? No, I think he came back to visit and then took it.
Okay, it was
Yeah,
when it
something
was,
like
he
that.
was small, like 3 years old. Anyway, he took him, and my cousin hasn't seen that baby since, until, like this summer when Eileen was saying, he had to go, he's like 23 years old.
Yeah,
He had to go, he's in college, he was playing soccer, and he wanted to go to Canada, so he needed a passport. He needed his birth certificate. So that was the first time he ever needed it. So when his dad gave it to him, there lists a woman's name that he had to explain to his son. So he said, "Son," I don't imagine how he said it, but
he didn't tell him anything.
he just gave it to him?
He just, well, his father lives in Arizona.
Oh,
Apparently he just mailed it to him. And then with that package was the one where I was trying to locate him through Social Security. And I never got any answer back from Social Security. The father must have kept that letter.
okay.
And when his father gave him his birth certificate, he gave him that other letter.
And your name was on?
My name was on there, and when he called me, I said, I called him by his name, and he said, how do you know me? You know, I said, well, you're an enrolled member. And he was really lost there for a while. Then he asked about his mother, and I told him that she lived in Pecore. But I didn't, he says, well, don't say nothing to anybody, so I'll call you back tomorrow. So he called me back tomorrow. He said, you have permission to let my mother know that I'm coming up there. And I guess tears really flowed when she found out. I called her at work, and she cried for 3 hours.
There.
You don't know what that feeling is until you're a mother or a parent.
And to lose your
Yeah.
son or daughter. Have there ever been other cases where tribal members have been adopted out at birth and then they come back later and get on the rolls?
A lot of them.
A lot of them?
A lot of them. We're in close contact with the adoption search coordinator. Or I send these people to tribal social services for assistance. Going to the adoption search coordinator, I think it costs a little money. At the most, I think $150. Adopted adults, children, or whatever, they are not allowed to see their original birth certificate. So that's why we go to the adoption search coordinator. She gives us the documents, you know, the original birth certificate, the amended birth certificate, and the adoption report. And therefore, we can find out who the parents are from the original birth certificate and get them enrolled. Or if they're not eligible, they will get on the ancillary roll. Just recently, here maybe 2 months ago, I got a letter from some guy, and he told me that he was enrolled. He told me who his parents were. I said, you're not enrolled. I sent him a letter. I guess it's quite a shock to him because he hasn't answered me back. He wasn't enrolled, and he was trying to get his daughter enrolled. But I still haven't heard from him. Maybe he's got the wrong tribe, I don't know. Another thing, dual membership is not allowed. Although some tribes do allow it. The Kaquatosh tribe down in, where are they, Kansas? I think so. Kaquatosh tribe in Kansas.
Yeah.
They allow dual membership, but we don't. So if they're enrolled here, they can get on down there, but they can't accept any monies from them. That's another thing about enrollment. I've had several people call me. You know the tribe up north, Forest County, Potawatomi. I recently had my niece Deborah Belter. Her husband got enrolled with the Forest County Potawatomi, and he gets a check like $1,900 every 2 weeks. I think that's after taxes though. But up there, if you're enrolled in this tribe and you've accepted monies from this tribe, they won't accept you up there. If you relinquish here and go up there, try to get on up there. We've had 2 people do that. 2 of our enrolled members relinquished our tribe and could not get on up there. And I wasn't aware of their rules and regulations, you know, till recently. So they're without a tribe. They can't come back here. We don't allow them to come back once they relinquish. Another thing about enrollment north, Bad River, they have not been enrolling anybody but the infants. Anybody up there, they don't require a blood quantum, or they didn't. All you had to prove that you were a descendant of somebody on their allottee list. Their land was allotted up there, and you just had to prove you belonged to that family. And it's not a lineal descent. Some tribes go by a true lineal descent. Like you're going back to Adam and Eve. that whole line of your family had to be enrolled in that tribe, otherwise you can't get on there. And I don't know, I think down Mayetta, Kansas, Prairie Bend, Potawatomi. 3 affiliated tribes. There's other tribes doing it now, they are totally Indian blood. If I descended from another tribe, a Chippewa tribe that allowed that, then my daughter could get enrolled in that tribe. You know, if I descended from that tribe.
I know, Eileen, at one time there was a report written for the tribe that kind of predicted how long, if the blood keeps washing.
Diminishing.
Yeah, diminishing, how long would there be a Menominee tribe?
As of the year 2017, we would not be enrolling anybody. That's all. And that's just around the corner.
Wow.
So stick with your Menominees. Now, one thing about Katura, my great niece, and Paul, their child is well over a half Menominee. They're almost, she's almost 3/4. But hopefully they'll stick around here and she will marry Menominee and keep that blood going. Your blood degree, what, is 55?
64.
64?
But I'm too old to have kids now.
Me too.
Me too.
I have 7 children. My children all, Easter was commenting on my watch, it has 2 faces on it. That's because it's got Pacific time and Wisconsin time. So that I can know when to call my children out on the Pacific coast.
They're in the state of Washington?
Some are in the state of Washington, Oregon. I had a son recently moved to Arizona.
So what time is it in the Pacific coast?
It is 8 minutes to 7.
In the nighttime?
No, morning.
Oh, morning.
Yeah.
Duh.
They're 2 hours difference.
Okay.
Any questions?
Okay, I think that's about it, unless anybody else has any more questions.
Long last Menominee, what is that? Oh, we have 3 members who are full-bloods.
Who's that?
I can mention their names, can I? Lillian Nelson, her sister Frances, and May Shadiah. Lillian Nelson. Does she still teach?
She teaches at the college, I think. She used to teach here.
Her sister
Everybody knows.
Frances Ashkenani, and
Oh, I know
May Shadiah. Oh, let me, what I can do is, I was thinking, Easter, that if they wanted to work on these family trees
Okay,
with their family,
okay.
you can even do yours too. Have your grandma do that for you. Or I expect to see it. Even if you're not enrolled here,
You can still do a family tree.
somebody told me,
I think I'll make this an assignment for them.
okay,
So you
And
might
I
be
was-
getting some calls.
I think that after, did you get one? Work, and they could come and look at their, oh yeah.
That doesn't matter. director of the Treaty Rights Office. And when I worked for tribal government, I worked with Ken, and he also, as I recall, at that time worked on the Exxon mine. Exxon mining, I think we combined it and kind of doubled his load in the job, but he succeeded in that. Right now, I also know that he's running for the tribal legislature. This morning, he will be telling you about his job and how that relates to the Menominee Constitution. So, because you know about the Constitution, you should be listening for those types of things, and those are the kinds of things you need to write down, okay? Any questions? Okay. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mass. Again, as Mr. indicated, I'm a lifelong resident of the Menominee Indian Reservation, military veteran, and I've been active in tribal affairs for around 28, 29 years now. At one point in my life that I was hired as the Constitution and Bylaws Director for the Menominee Tribe. So in other words, as a director of the tribe, the tribe saw fit that there needed to be improvement within that document because it is the supreme law of the tribe, just like the Constitution of the United States of America is the supreme law of the United States. And as time went on, the Constitution also has been amended. While the tribe saw fit that the Constitution needed to be amended for the Menominee tribe, so I was charged with that responsibility of amending that Constitution under the direction of the people. And the Constitution, first of all, went through a small amendment process, then it went through a major revision process. But again, there was an area in the Constitution that we were going to amend, but the politics changed on the reservation, so those areas were not amended. So again, personally, I felt that the Constitution still needs amendment, but overall, working with many tribes in the state of Wisconsin and in the United States, that I find that our Constitution is actually one of the better documents throughout the whole country. Some tribes have argued, and some have argued that our Constitution is too specific. But again, I think that our Constitution, at first impression, our first thought, was too specific. But overall, sometimes, I guess as an individual, it's not specific enough because people tend to interpret things differently. For example, the words offered for sale or surveyed and offered for sale, what does that mean? Or what does the majority members of the legislature mean? There's phrases within the English language sometimes that needs interpretation. So although that you might interpret a sentence a little different than you might interpret a sentence, that together you talk about it, and sometimes the interpretation might be wrong. But so what's important is that everybody is on the same page, and I can surely appreciate the Menominee Indian School District looking at this Constitution, because this Constitution, you as young people of this community, whether you live on the reservation or off the reservation, are subject to this Constitution and the jurisdiction of this Constitution. What my office entails primarily is the protection of treaty rights and the environment. So what does treaty rights mean? Treaty rights simply means is that the United States government and the Menominee tribe enter into treaties in the 1800s. Well, within those treaties, even though it doesn't say it actually in those treaties clear, that there has been over time a guarantee by the government that they will honor our treaties. That they, in the treaties, it indicates that they will protect we as Indian people, and that they will supply us with health, education, and welfare. And they also protect our resources. This is under guarantee under treaties, but sometimes we've experienced as Menominee people and as Indian people throughout the country that sometimes hasn't been the case. I'll give you an example. When the government has two branches of government, just like the tribe does, you have the legislative body and you have the judicial body. And having the judicial body, in other words, if you disagree with an issue within the Constitution, just like anybody disagrees with an issue in the Constitution in America, you can take it through the court process and allow the courts to interpret the Constitution. Once the courts interpret the Constitution, that's the supreme law of the land. It's called a balance of power, as you indicate, you probably teachers, Easters expressed in our Constitution. And it's the same in our Constitution, is that the courts have the ability to interpret the final how that would apply to our lives. In the Constitution, primarily in my office, treaty rights and mining impacts. Some people would say, well, what does mining impacts have to do with treaty rights and the Constitution? Well, that's very simple, because when we talk about mining impacts, we're talking about an impact above the reservation. And we all know that water flows downhill, and it goes downstream. The Wolf River is located directly, the headwaters of the Wolf River is located directly north of us. The Wolf River flows through the center of the reservation. The tributaries to the Wolf River feed all of the reservation, going all the way over past Zor and up into South Branch, these tributaries. So what does treaty rights and mining impacts have to do, and how do they connect with each other? All you gotta remember is that if that water gets polluted at that mine site in Crandon, which is about 40 miles north of the reservation, what that means is that those fish that swim in that water, those deer and those bear and those squirrels and rabbits and all the other animals that drink from that water will be subject to contamination. You as human beings will be subject to contamination. So when that water comes downstream, it's a operation or economic development that is above our reservation, which will that impact us? Well, certainly it will. Nowhere in the United States or in the world has hard rock, sulfide, metallic mining been mined without polluting the ground and surface waters. So what does that mean, polluting the ground and surface waters? In other words, a hard rock sulfide mine is a mine that produces acid mine drainage, and it's a highly toxic chemical, and it's poisonous to human beings and other aquatic and other life forms. So with that, how does that go back to the Constitution? Well, the tribal legislature is bound by the Constitution, so does the people. Well, if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it's simple. And the preamble of the Constitution, this is the philosophy statement of the tribe. And it says, we members of Menominee in the tribe of Wisconsin, being a sovereign nation, in order to organize common good, to govern ourselves under our own laws and customs, to maintain and foster our tribal culture, to protect our homeland and to conserve and develop natural resources, to ensure that rights guaranteed by treaty with the United States government, to establish and adopt the following articles. So in other words, the tribe in itself is holding the government in their philosophy statement within the Constitution that they will do this. The legislature, on the other hand, is also bound by the Constitution under the oath of office. Under the oath of office, it primarily says that they will protect the interests of the tribe, and that they will fairly and impartially, they swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin. I will carry out faithfully and impartially the duties of my office in the best of my ability, and to ensure and protect the best interests of the people of the Menominee Indian Tribe. So under Article 9 of the Constitution, it talks about our resources. Well, if there's a degradation or a pollution or an activity that happens off reservation, well, certainly that the legislature has a responsibility. You know, ironically, that the legislature, when we have to look at this issue of protecting our resources under treaty and under the Constitution, the legislature has to look beyond today. They have to look at 100 years from now, because that pollution, we're not, most likely, maybe some of you as young people are going to see that pollution to the Wolf River. just think, if our leadership didn't abide by this Constitution, look out for the interests of the tribe, of the best interests of the tribe. So in other words, how are we gonna survive? Have we survived? We've survived. And I'll use this expression, we have survived the white man's philosophy for 8,000 years. We're still here. And this goes back to, and I'll explain about time a little bit. I'll explain about time a little bit, that we've survived this. And why did we survive it? Because of the philosophy of our ancestors, is that they don't live for today. They live for tomorrow. Can you imagine if our ancestors in the 1800s, you know, the Menominee tribe at one time was 9.5 million acres, which is probably all available. Right now, we're only 250,000 acres, just a small segment. Of that remains. But here, I just want to give you a little idea about, you know, every one of us got up this morning, and we're going to go to bed tonight. There's some people that are born today, and some people that die tomorrow. So, just to give you a little bit about your time, some of you are in your teens, or you are all in your teens. By being in your teens, you're very, very young. But this will give you an example. Our people date back in the neighborhood around 8,000 years. Columbus discovered America, well, it's actually 510 years now. The United States was formed in that's 224 years, 25 years. America is actually the youngest country in the world. But today we're the most powerful country in the world, as the United States of America. So when we look at how many years ago was that? 224, the youngest in the world. Then you look at Wisconsin, 1848, it's actually a little more, 153 years old at this point. Here's the United States of America, here's Wisconsin, and here's the Menominee Indian Reservation. So I want to give you a little bit perspective on time, on what that time means. That 152 years, you realize that some of your parents, that means 2 generations, were alive, and that last treaty, and when Wisconsin was created. That's how young America and the states are. So going back to the Constitution again, when the legislators are elected to office, they have to think in terms of the next generations. Treaties that were signed in the 1800s. If our leadership, our ancestors at that time would have gave up everything, where would we be today as people? So today, our legislators also have to think and act and talk in that same philosophy. They have to think about 150 years, or 100 and 150 years from now. Because many of you can go down to the Wolf River and just catch fish out of there, or you go to streams, you catch fish out of there. In 100 years from now, because of that mine is going on up there, are we going to be able to get those fish out of that water and eat them? Some of you that have experienced going to Green Bay, for example, and looking at the Fox River, you see there is some people there that are fishing and eating those fish. But those fish are highly PCB contaminated. The United States government doesn't have the philosophy that Indigenous or Native American or Menominee people have. I mean, there's no way I would eat a fish out of the Fox River by Green Bay, for example. I wouldn't even think of swimming in that water. But yet there is people that do that. That's why we need to appreciate the Wolf River, the lakes, and the streams that we have. But this gives you an idea of this time, how quickly time goes. Here's another illustration of, this is what our territory used to look like back in 1817. That's how much territory we had. Here's the Menominee Indian Reservation. Here's the Crandon Mine. The Wolf River is flowing through the smack through the center. Some have said that we're not conservationists as Indian people, as Menominee people, but yet we can prove that. And I'm sure that you've already seen this picture that illustrates 450 miles in space that the Menominee Indian Reservation, you can see it, 450 miles in space. You know that many, you talk about the 7 wonders of the world, and I'm sure that many of you has heard about the 7 wonders of the world. But you know, I think that we as people from this community have to thank our ancestors for holding the United States government responsible for our resources under treaty obligations. If our ancestors didn't do that, we wouldn't have this. When you talk about 7 wonders of the world, we as Indian people survived it. And this is a perfect example of surviving it. And it's because our ancestors looked at life in a different way than non-Indian people or people of society look at life. You see what's happened to the landscape of America. You know, there's what you call the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act. Because the United States was getting so polluted in that short period of time that people start recognizing on the outside is that, hey, maybe we better do something about this clean air and clean water because our cities are beginning to be polluted, our waterways are beginning to be polluted. So they passed the Clean Air and Clean Water Act. In some cases, it's too little and too late. So you got major corporations in America that are fighting to overturn or to have the Congress overturn those areas. Clean air and clean water. The tribes, when the United States Congress passed that law, for example, and this is what our tribe, the Menominee tribe, had to look at, our leadership. So it's just not going up to those meetings of leaders and to look at passing laws that affect you and I, like for example, whether you're in school or out of school, their attendance, they have to look at things deeper. So the Clean Air and Clean Water Act, the tribes have the ability to set their own air and water quality standards. So what does their own air and water quality standards mean? So in other words, if we as a tribe decided to set our own air and water quality standards, is that we would have the ability to set a standard 50-mile radius around the reservation of clean air and clean water. In other words, that's our standard. We do have standards in place for air and water on the reservation right now. And there are documents that are about 2 inches thick on how we look at protecting our water and our air on the reservation. They haven't been sanctioned by the United States government. We take the position that we don't have to go through a sanction process to get our clean air and clean water. The tribe is going to pursue that in the near future. But clean air and clean water, so in other words, corporations in the state of Wisconsin has fought Indian tribes all the way. So what does that mean as far as the Constitution? The tribe has spent, our tribe has spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in fighting the state of Wisconsin on our clean water standards. We've spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting for our treaty rights. So the tribe decided we needed to get into this battle. So what is the treaty rights? We were fighting for that we never gave up our hunting and fishing and trapping and gathering rights in all of this territory. We might have given that land up, but we never gave up the treaty rights. This is where Congress and the United States Supreme Court, the judiciary, the other parts of government said, all right, if you're going to fight for that, the state of Wisconsin came in and the judge, now get this is what the judge said. Even though a treaty, and we were prepared to show as a tribe, that they stole that land from us. They literally stole this land. The judge knew that we were going to bring that argument, but Congress has already went through so many treaty cases that they were losing, and the U.S. Supreme Court. And this is where I think as an American citizen, as a veteran of the services, as an experienced community member, when I look at Congress and I look at the United States, they aren't our real friends. That's why we need to protect ourselves. We need to set ourselves back and take and pay attention to ourselves and how we react. The judge in that case said, even though the treaties were a product of fraud, deceit, duress, and theft. Now get that. Even though our treaties were a product of fraud, deceit, and outright theft, that she can't be responsible for rewriting the treaties. So what does that tell us? Here you've got a judge saying it's okay to steal land. We were never given our opportunity. Our case, the Menominee case in the U.S. Supreme Court, was the first case in the United States of America where we were not given our day in court. They didn't want to see that evidence. My office, again, under the direction of the tribe, been looking at that because we need to document that history. We need to document that history so that 100 years from now, a lot of these documents are going to be totally disappear and gone. Many of our documents from the tribe, for some reason, they burnt up down in Kansas City. So for us as Menominees to prove our history, because you need to know who you are and where you came from. I'll give you a good example. Easters went through this just like myself and many other Menominees. We were terminated as a tribe, which is understood that also. We never knew we were really Indians when we were growing up, even though we heard that we were Indian, but we never were given that because it was always said, you know, well, hey, you know, you're a terminated tribe, blah, blah, blah. This is how ignorant I was. When I went into military service back in 1966, when I remember standing and getting my uniform, and we all had to stand out there and hanging onto our uniform. We were still in civilian clothes, and they told us to get our uniforms on. We got our uniforms on. And when I went in, there was Black Americans, there was Hispanic, there was Asian Americans, and there was Caucasian, non-Indian, white people. So what the platoon sergeant got up in front of us and he says, okay, I want all the African Americans in this row, I want all the Hispanics and Mexicans in this row here, and I want all the Caucasians in this row. This is how ignorant I was. I didn't have the opportunity you kids had. So there's about 400 new enlistees that were going to service, and there's me standing in this line wondering, what line am I going to go in? He didn't say Indian. That's how ignorant and how I thought about myself. I didn't know. But today, I would have went up to there, and there would have been the African American, the Mexican American or Hispanic, Asian American, Caucasian. I would have went over and made another line for a Native American, indigenous person. That's how ignorant I was. I didn't do that. So what line did I run into? I ran into the Hispanic and Mexican line, because they were the closest to what I knew that I was. So that's just an example that you as young people have the opportunity to understand, and you're getting that education, that background as to who you are. Because who you are is what you are going to be in the future, and to maintain what we have. So going back to the Constitution again, is protecting our resources, all of those, and how our legislature is known to look at those issues. Again, here's another shot of our reservation here. This is our treaty territory. This was our original claim. Here's all the towns and the shows. This actually belonged to the Menominee, but this was Oneida right now. And in our case, we never claimed the Oneida land because we didn't want to get in an argument with the Oneidas at the time. We didn't claim the Stockton-Muncie area either because we didn't want to get in a conflict with them. But this is the area that Menominee. So we as Menominees can always be proud. Always be proud to say, hey, listen, our territory, our ancestors possessed all of this territory at one time, all laid out in Milwaukee. So you see all these, you know, as growing up, you see all of these names, whatever communities you come from, or whatever communities you go through, whether it's Wapaka, whether it's Nina, or whether it's Oshkosh, or Milwaukee. Those are all Menominee words. That's how dominant the Menominee tribe was at one point. And so all we have left is that little bitty piece of land that we need to protect, and there's where our legislators come in. So, we as Menominee people, again, our legislature up there, sometimes you've heard it said that, well, our tribal legislature is becoming white. Well, that's not really true, because our legislature has to look out for the interests of the tribe. And how we can do that, and how we can survive, we have to be in partner with people on the outside. Still maintain our own integrity, still maintain our own self-preservation, our own character, but have the understanding of individuals on the outside. So when this kind of mind become an issue, the tribe needs to really, really be focused and to try to use the system to our advantage. So how do we use the system to our advantage? Ms. Panas was one of the legislators that hired myself for this monumental task.
Shauna Kasich.
Right?
Shauna Kasich. I'm married now?
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Sorry. And,
They're probably wondering who you're talking about.
and we, this monumental task, how are we gonna do that? So we had to be focused, again, on how are we gonna do it? Well, let's talk about Wisconsin again. We can't do it ourselves as Indian people. We have to partner up with the people on the outside. So what was developed was a comprehensive plan to strategize on how we're going to address this issue. So we said, all right, it's Wisconsin's decision for eternity. Wisconsin is making a decision. As a whole state of Wisconsin, are they going to go into metallic mining? So Wisconsin's decision for eternity, this is the area where the Crandon mine is going to go. Look at all these waterways here. This is what the mine site is going to be right here. All these trees are going to be cut out of there. The Menominee owned property just right about over here. And here's Swamp Creek that goes right into the Wolf River. And that goes down. So if that mine site is right there, it's certainly going to pollute this river, this stream here, and go into the Wolf River and come downstream. So that's going to affect us. So we had to strategize. All right, so we decided, all right, let's make it a Wisconsin fight and not a Menominee fight. And not a Kaquatosh fight, or a Mole Lake, because Mole Lake is located, the reservation is located over in here. The Kaquatosh tribe, Crandon, is up in here. So we needed to kind of make this a Wisconsin fight. So we said, okay, let's take a good look at what's going on in this state of Wisconsin. Here's the state of Wisconsin here, sulfide mining in Wisconsin. We had to team up with, there was other organizations throughout Wisconsin. There's 40 plus organizations in Wisconsin that are addressing this issue. So we decided to take a leadership role in disseminating information on a technical area, on technical areas and challenges within that mine permitting process, on the political areas, and also on the legal. So these are the three main waterways in Wisconsin. These are the three main waterways in Wisconsin here. And so what we needed to do is, here's the Wolf River going through the reservation again, Kaquatosh and so forth, is that we knew that there was a mine right there. It was just a little bitty mine, small one. Nobody really knew about or heard about it. But that was the first mine in Wisconsin this later era. And what's happening with that? Well, we didn't know what was really happening with that mine. But here's the three main waterways. Then we also realized that there was 21 mining exploration sites in the state of Wisconsin in the North Woods. So in other words, in this whole area, 21 mining exploration permits were granted by the DNR to look for zinc, copper, gold, and silver. And guess what? They found it. Wisconsin is actually a very, very rich state if they would take out their gold, copper, and silver, and zinc. But what does that mean for Wisconsin? Sulfide mining district in Wisconsin. Again, economically, we got all these foreign corporations because there is no United States corporation that's involved in that type of mining. So these are all foreign companies. So that was another strategy. We said, wait a minute now, let's look at this. We can say, hey, we can't allow these foreigners to come in here and take our resources and rip us off. So another strategy was, hey, we can't let these foreigners come into Wisconsin and steal your resources, making it part of their resources. Another good example is that the Chippewa tribes in the Boyd decision, and that was a decision where the Chippewa tribes, there's the 7 Chippewa tribes in northern Wisconsin and Minnesota and Michigan have hunting. They did win their hunting and fishing rights case. They have the right to hunt and fish in all their ceded territory in this area. So where we weren't, they are. They won their case. Off-reservation hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering rights. You probably heard about those controversies in time. It actually got pretty ugly. So the United States government has a responsibility to protect their treaty rights. So another strategy was to look at these areas. Hunters, fishermen, and so forth were outraged because Indian people had the ability to hunt and fish in their backyards. So non-Indians actually start taking up the controversy and start becoming, and they would stop people from going in and hunting and fishing in areas in the state. And it got pretty ugly. But at the same time, I met with a lot of those organizations and they were anti-Indian, anti-treaty. And this is what the strategy was. I'll give you an example where one meeting I went to was pretty ugly meeting. All these non-Indian people in there. Can you imagine walking into a room, all non-Indian people that were Indian haters? Well, when I walked into that room, I walked in with my military uniform on because I served in the United States Army. I served not as a combat veteran, but as a veteran during the Vietnam War. So when I walked into that room, I walked in there, and the first reaction they said, well, we can't be responsible for what our forefathers signing those treaties did. This is what these non-Indian people. I said, wait a minute now, let's stop. Number one, I'm a veteran. I says, I live under the Constitution like you do, and I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be American. You know, and you and I are sitting in this room right now, and we're arguing right now over treaty rights, hunting and fishing and trapping in all these areas, and we're arguing over the resources because you think we're taking our resources. But it's not all about that. It's not about that. I says, you know, while you and I are arguing over these treaty rights and over these rights to hunt and fish in that area, you don't even know what's going on behind your back. So that was a strategy that was developed with the legislature, is that to go into these areas and talk about that. We said, listen, if we're going to fight over the resources in this area as indigenous, as Native American people, we're going to fight over that hunting and the fishing in there. Meanwhile, what's happening in Madison, what's happening in the Congress, is that these foreign corporations are coming in there and they're getting mining permits and exploration permits to put mines all over Wisconsin, in your backyards, while we're fighting over the resources. And once those mines are put in, you and I aren't going to have any resources to fight over because the water is going to be totally polluted. It's not just the fish that swim in that water, it's all the animals that drink from that water. And it was kind of nice because California was going through a drought. You know, California went through mining so much gold and silver mining in the state of California, they don't even get their water from their own state. They have to pipe water in from all the neighboring states and from Arizona, and all the water gets pumped into California. So we were able to make that argument, is that when we look at this issue, we look at it is that it's an issue where you and I are going to fight. We're not paying attention to what's going on in the back room. So next thing you know, we were marching alongside of these anti-Indian, anti-treaty groups. that we start joining hands. We got a mining moratorium bill through. But again, we don't have the money to fight these multi-billion-dollar corporations. So the legislature, through the Constitution, having to look at the long range of the tribe. And sometimes, it's kind of, in the 1990 census, for example, that the Menominee tribe, the Menominee County, our community, and it's kind of hard to believe, and nobody wants to accept that, but according to that census, we were the 13th poorest county in the United States. Not the 13th poorest county in Wisconsin, the 13th poorest county in the United States of America. Now what does that say for us? So I guess this is where we have to really think about where's our resources going, and I know sometimes the legislature gets criticized for doing things, but this is a good example of not thinking about today, but thinking about tomorrow, because that's what's going to happen. When I talked about this mine right here, this first mine, we had an aerial photo taken of that mine, what a mine looks like. This is the Flambeau mine that was located where I showed you there. Here's the river. And ironically, they're always located on or near rivers. Now check this out, guys. This is the river. This is the mine here. Look how close that is. You know what that Chimokaman, that white man, told the government? Is that's not going to pollute that river. So they go through all this technical testing and all technical groundwater models using computers. So the white man says, we're going to fool these guys. We're going to put a simulated computer. We're going to take all these different ground samples, and we know what the aquifer looks like underneath the ground, and we're going to show that we can put that mine in there without polluting anything. So, the next guy down the aisle, the non-Indian guy, says, well, yeah, I guess that's right. If you can show me on a computer it can be done safe, then it probably can be done safe. But the reality is that, look at this. Now, how many in this room think that water isn't going to get polluted? Well, it is going to get polluted. And you know what? They closed that mine 4 years ago. Right now, those sampling wells that are right there along the river are experiencing pollution. So it's only going to be in time that there's already traces going into that river. So in time, there's going to be. But this is how really sharp these mining companies are to buy off our politicians. When they buy off our politicians, they do what they call a compliance boundary. So in other words, the law, they passed a law that said you can't pollute 1,200 feet around a mine site. If you go beyond that 1,200 feet, then you're subject to shutting the mine down. So 1,200 feet around that mine. Now when you got a river here flowing through here, the gradient, that means going downhill. Remember I said the water goes downhill? Well, this is all hill. This is all hill. Water will always go down to the lowest point. Well, water is not going to go uphill and go pollute over this way. It's not going to go this way. And then, so the pollution is going to go this way. Once it hits that water, it's never going to pollute beyond there, because it's going to get to this water and it's going to be washed down. It's going to be diluted. But so 100 years from now, that water is going to be severely diluted. So what they did when they passed that law, they made that requirement, and this is an example now, the 1,200 feet I'm talking about. Here's what the Crandon mine looks like. Here's what the Crandon mine looks like. Here's the ore body. Here's those waterways I told you about. Here's that Swamp Creek I told you right there that goes into the Wolf River there. Well, right here is the tailings area. This is the waste dump. This is the ore body. So So once that 1,200 foot mark, see this line right here, that's 1,200 feet around this body. Then they said those computer models will tell you if there's gonna be pollution so that we can stop. But you know what, folks? That mine up in Grandin is only 28 years. 28 years of mining, and they got all ore out and they're gone. 28 years. So even using their groundwater models, and we hired a person in our offices, which is probably the best expert groundwater modeling in the United States. Our guy that we got sitting here on the reservation is probably the best in the whole area. So right here to here, his groundwater modeling, taking all the information that they have, says that what's gonna happen, it's gonna take 60 to 80 years to get there. And you know what? Those foreign mining companies are gonna be here today and they're gonna be gone before that even gets there. Now, how are you gonna be in 60 years? It's gonna get there. So by the time it gets to the Rip River. So no, that's what the legislature is charged with. So, and at the same time, what the legislature has done over time, they've done a lot of different activities as far as, in one thing, funding the office, funding all different activities. But they have on the reservation passed two different ordinances. One was the sulfide, it's a sulfide metallic mining moratorium, so we can never mine here unless there's 7/9 of the legislature or an election of the people. And we also passed a sign-in resolution. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, our guest speaker today, everybody, again, is a lifelong resident of this area. He's a member of the Menominee tribe. He used to be the director of, they used to call it personnel in the tribe. In today's technology and advancements, they call it director of human resources. So he's responsible for the hiring within the tribe, promotions within the tribe, and that type of stuff, right?
That's
And-
right.
Okay, and he's going to elaborate on that, and he will then tell you some information about his position, plus how that relates to the Constitution, right?
Right.
Ben
Okay.
Kaquatosh.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're as chipper as I am this morning. When I first looked at the goals and objectives that were that was handed to me by Easter, I had to take a real long look at it because I wasn't really sure as to how I was going to start this whole process. I know that we do have a Constitution. I know that we live by the Constitution. I know that there are certain things that flow from the Menominee Constitution. But after some thought, I of course came to the conclusion that there was a way to do this here. And the very first thing that I picked out of the Constitution, it really is very, very applicable to me as an HR director, is Article 15 of the Menominee Constitution. And it's basically titled Tribal Government Career and Merit System of Employment. You know, what does that mean? You know, all it really means is that, you know, I, as a department head, have a responsibility in terms of those areas. Out of the Constitution, though, flows many things. You know, you have resolutions that flow out of there, you have motions that flow out of there, you have ordinances that flow out of there. And in particular, this morning, I will talk about 2 ordinances that flow out of the Constitution that are directly applicable to my job and how we should govern and employ people within the reservation. Okay? But going back to Article 15, basically it says, under merit principle, all employment and promotions of employees of the tribal government shall be made solely on the basis of merit and fitness, as demonstrated by examinations or other evidence relevant to show competence for the particular employment in question. What does that mean? What does it really mean? Simply means that we, as a department, have a responsibility to ensure that we select the right person for the job based on certain evidence that's produced to us, given to us. And in essence, what it really means is that we can and will and do provide examinations for people at certain levels. If you are going to be taking a director type job with the tribe, we would run you through an examination. That probably lasts about 2.5 hours or so. And that examination by itself will determine to us whether or not you have the capabilities or the skills to function as a supervisor or manager. If you're going to get a job in our MIS department, Management Information Department, we certainly would like to know what kind of skills you have. And we may run some tests on you there to prove that you have the necessary skills to work in that department. If you're going to get a job as an administrative assistant within a department, you know, part of the requirements for that job may be that you have some skills in some of the software that's readily available. Microsoft Works, Access, Excel, Quattro Pro, things like that. We may run some tests on you there to ensure that you are qualified to do that job. So that's how, or what we mean by examinations under that very first merit principle. That same principle also talks about terminations. All terminations of employment with the tribal government shall be made solely on the basis of incompetence or any other reason which results in failure to perform employment duties satisfactorily. And basically, what that really means is we should have just cause for a termination. If we're going to terminate a person's employment, we should have a reason for it. We should have a reason for it. And quite frankly, you know, we have every right to go ahead and terminate the employment of a person within their 6-month probationary period. However, I stress to our managers and supervisors that they should give the person a chance, allow them the opportunity by extending their probationary period an additional 4 months, so that they can get the skills, they can get the knowledge to perform in that job. And for the most part, this is done. For the most part, it's done, and at the end of the 4-month extension of the probationary period, you know, they then become successful employees of the organization. So that's how Article 15 of the tribal constitution comes into play with us. All right? I'm going to simplify it, though, a little bit more by showing you a graph that, not a graph. Thanks. That will simplify the entire process. Right at the top, you will see Menominee Tribal Constitution. And right underneath the Constitution, you will see Article 15, Tribal Government, Career and Merit System of the Government. That's the paragraph, or that's the article under the Constitution that we have to follow. Specifically, though, what comes out of the Constitution, as I said before, are resolutions, ordinances, and motions. Two of the ordinances that are very, very relevant and germane are Ordinance 82-10 and Ordinance 8306. Ordinance 82-10 talks about Menominee employment preference. Menominee employment preference. Ordinance 8306 talks about the personnel policies and procedures. Okay? Then, of course, in addition to the Constitution and bylaws and any ordinances that are applicable, we have a responsibility not only to our own government, we have a responsibility to our federal government. Because when we get grants and contracts and things like that, they won't let us sign those or get those grants or contracts unless we agree to certain things. And some of those things are the Equal Pay Act of 1963, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, the Employee Retirement and Income Security Act of 1974, the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, the Fair Labor Standards Act, the Immigration Reform and Control Act, the Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993, and the Occupational Safety and Health Act. There are many, many more. I just thought I would just show you some of the major federal laws that are directly applicable to us. Okay. What I'd like to do, though, is I'd like to talk a little bit about Ordinance 82-10. And Ordinance 82-10, as I said before, allows for the opportunity for the individual who is a Menominee Indian, enrolled Menominee Indian, it gives them preference. It gives them preference in employment. And I'm going to show you how it gives them preference. Okay? I want to show you how. And I'm going to have this young lady do this one more time. Okay, Ordinance 82-10. Very important law. Very, very important law. People who feel that they have been treated unfairly because they have not been hired into a position because a non-Menominee got the job can exercise their right under this ordinance, Ordinance 82-10. And that right is to challenge that hire. They can challenge that hire. Basically, what Ordinance 82-10 says is, or the purpose of it is to provide employment, to provide the highest priority in employment to tribal members in the operation of tribal affairs. The applicability is as an exercise of its sovereign and governmental powers. The tribal legislature mandates that this ordinance shall apply to all employment of the tribe. Appointed governmental positions, Article 13, chartered businesses, Menominee tribal enterprises, and consultant and contractual services. That's who it applies to. The general provision of this ordinance is, thank you. General provision of this ordinance is to give preference in hiring to Menominee tribal members to the greatest extent possible. So, if you ever applied for a job at the Menominee Indian tribe and you felt that you were qualified for the job and a non-Menominee got the job over you, you could challenge under this particular ordinance. You could challenge that hire. And conceivably, you could reverse that hire. You could reverse that hire. Okay? The hiring priority that we have under Ordinance 82-10 is as follows. The enrolled Menominee should be considered first. The Menominee descendant should be considered second. The spouse of a enrolled Menominee should be considered third. The enrolled Indian in another tribe should be considered fourth. And a descendant of another tribe or other should be considered last. So you can see already that the Menominee has an up on the job hire. Okay? I passed out to you an 82-10 analysis sheet. Everybody want to take a look at that, please? I just want to show you how that works. Well, let me back up to this sheet first. Let's back up to this scoring sheet. This is a scoring sheet that our interviewers use when they interview people for jobs. Every person who is interviewed will have a sheet like this on them. The interviewer will fill out a sheet on you. Each interviewer will do that. And if you look at the sheet, your name will be at the top, the position that you're applying for, the date of the interview, and if you look at the policy statement says it's a policy of the tribe to hire individuals who are qualified for employment as determined by standards which include but are not limited to the following: education, experience, knowledge of the job, aptitude, physical fitness, and character. All decisions regarding the recruitment, selection, and placement of individuals or employees are made solely on the basis of job-related criteria and in accordance with applicable federal, state, and local laws. So what happens then is there are certain qualification standards that are already set up for every job. We have a job posting out there that has certain qualifications that we're looking for in that job. And then when we get the applications in, we make that determination right then and there as to whether or not you're going to make the interview. We could exclude you even before you even get to the interview. But let's assume that you get to the interview. What we're gonna look at, of course, is your education. We're gonna look at your education based on what the job description says. If the job description says we're looking for a person with a high school diploma and maybe some post-high school education, well, if you came in and you had just a high school, if you were a high school graduate, I have a point schedule that I can give you. I can give you 25 points or 5 points. 15 is the medium, okay? If you meet the qualifications for the job, I probably am going to give you 15 points. If you meet and exceed it, I'm going to give you more points. I might give you 18 points, 19 points, 20 points, okay? And the same will hold true for the category experience. If you have very little experience for that job, I might give you 5 points. If you have a lot of experience for that job, I might give you 25 points. Likewise with knowledge of the job, the same principle will apply. And under category 5, where it says other, what we do is we plug in certain criteria into that area. For example, we might be posting a job for a administrative assistant or a clerk or a secretary, and we're requiring that that individual have experience or knowledge of Microsoft Works. In other words, be computer literate. So we would probably plug in computer literacy there. And if you could display to us in the interview process that you have those skills, then we would rank them accordingly. Okay? Then item number 6, of course, if you're Menominee, you're going to get 25 points. If you're a descendant, you're going to get 20 points. If you're a spouse of an enrolled Menominee, you're going to get 15 points. If you're an enrolled Indian in another tribe, you're going to get 10 points. If you're a descendant of another tribe or other, you'll get 5 points. And then basically what happens then is we have the 3 interviewers total up their scores on you, and then average those scores, and we come up with an average for your score. And then at the end of the interview process, the person with the highest score, of course, is going to get the job. Okay? That eliminates situations where you may have a department head who may have a preference for this person or that person. And quite frankly, that does occur to a degree yet. Although we have changed the policy now where we have 2 members from HR sit in on those interviews. And we're supposed to be, and we are, very unbiased in that situation. We look at the skills, the qualifications for the job, and rank the person accordingly. We don't care who they are. Okay? Any questions so far? None? Let's go to the other sheet that I had then, the 82-10 analysis sheet. I want to show you how that works. Okay? I want to show you how it will work. Assuming I had 4 candidates for the job, A, B, C, and D. Okay? A, B, C, and D. I made some errors on this sheet too. I had this on the computer. I can't blame anybody but myself. Under the standards, you'll see education, experience, and experience. Actually, the 3rd category should read knowledge. So cross out experience and put in knowledge of the job. Well, let's go through there and look at this analysis. If you look at candidate A, let's just say we scored that person, gave that person 20 points for education. Candidate B, we gave that person 15 points. Candidate C, 15 points. And candidate D, 15 points. Under experience, we gave candidate A 25 points. Must have had a lot of experience. Candidate B, we gave 20 points. Candidate C, 17 points. Candidate D, 18 points. Under knowledge, candidate A got 15 points. And B, C, and D also got 15 points. And likewise, under the other category, all 4 of the candidates received 15 points. Now, if you total up all of these, candidate A, well, wait a minute, let me drop down to hiring preference. Candidate A got 5 points under hiring preference, which means that they were a descendant under another tribe or other. So they got 5 points. Candidate B was an enrolled Menominee, so they got 25 points. Candidate C was a Menominee descendant, so they got 20 points. And candidate D was a spouse of a enrolled Menominee, so they got 15 points. Now, if you total them all up, who comes out on top? The enrolled Menominee, right? And they came out on top because of the hiring preference. The hiring preference. Which is good, which is good. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way it's supposed to work. If you back up and look at candidate A and B, look under education and experience. A got 20 points, B got 15. A got 25 points under experience, B got 20. They didn't get as many, the enrolled Menominee did not get as many points there. But under the hiring preference, they got the full and maximum points, which is 25. So in effect then, the enrolled Menominee would get this job. Okay? Any questions at all about the Indian Preference Act? Can be a big topic, especially if someone challenges it. And when they challenge it, I'm usually in the heat of things, so we have to make absolutely sure that our interviewers are doing the right thing. Absolutely sure that they are doing the right thing. And in today's world, you really have to be careful whom you hire. For example, we've got daycare operations, we've got Head Start operations, we got our tribal school operations, we have Manasakia, where we have a daycare up there. We have an operation up in Yopit called Eagle's Nest, where we have mothers and young children. We can't put anyone into those jobs. You've got to have a good record. You've got to have a good record to get in those areas. If you have a battery on your record, or if you have a battery domestic violence on your record, you will not get in those areas. Because the law says you cannot work in and around young children because of that battery or domestic violence situation. So as you're growing up, think about that, okay? Think about it. You need to make absolutely sure that you have a good record to get in areas where you really want to go. When we have training classes that we have occasionally, not occasionally, every month, with the tribe, for example, last month we had 18 people that graduated from a CNA class. Prior to them getting into that CNA class, we did some background checks on them to make sure that they were record-free. Did not have the battery, did not have the domestic violence, so that once they got the CNA degree or certificate, they could go into a nursing home environment, CBRF environment. And likewise, teaching. You know, if you're going to be a teacher, early childhood education teacher with us, you better make sure that you don't have those in your background. Because you'll be wasting your time going to school for it. And you won't be able to get into that particular field because of that background. Okay, let me quickly tell you a little bit about HR.
Ben, I got a question before you
Sure.
move on. I missed the opportunity. I was looking at the camera, but you asked if they had any questions about Indian preference in hiring. And if a person challenges, if they apply for a job but they don't get it and they think they met all the qualifications, they challenge it to you, then what happens?
What happens is it will go before a committee, okay? It will go before a committee of 4 or 5 people. And one of those committee members will be a legislative member, and they will look at all of the elements that go into that interview process. They'll look at the score sheets, they'll look at the notes, they'll look at your comments as to why that non-Indian was hired for that job. And then they will also take a look at that situation and make a determination as to whether or not it should be awarded to the Menominee or not. So that's how that process would work. Okay? Okay. Human resources. What's our job? What do we really do? Besides recruit, retain, all of those things. Well, our job is basically to advocate for the employee. Advocate for the employee and also to partner with management. If you think about that process a little bit, that might be difficult. That might be difficult to do. If this young lady over here is an employee of mine, of ours, and she's coming to HR for some advocacy, we're going to provide it to her, okay? Now her supervisor over here might be attempting to do things to her that might be adverse to her job. How do we do that? You know? It tends to be a little difficult sometimes. I kind of step out of some pictures. I advocate and I partner with management, and there are times when I will bring both parties together and come together with a conflict resolution process where we resolve that issue. And conflict resolution is a very important process in HR these days. Spend a lot of time on it. Probably spend about 2 or 3 hours a week on it. Just trying to resolve issues and problems with departments, with supervisors and employees, etc. But our mission is basically to partner with all of the departments, programs, to recruit, select, and retain quality employees. To provide individual employees access to every resource and opportunity available to help them achieve the highest level of success in their position. To work as a team to develop and apply policies, benefits, training and development opportunities, and employee recognition strategies that foster a spirit of success, knowledge, cooperation, and satisfaction within all of the departments. Okay, let me give you a little history on our hiring process too, going back to 9/30 of 98. And I'll start with ending as of 9/30 of 1998. We had 556 Menominees working for us. We had 31 descendants. We had 17 from another tribe, and we had 130 that were non-Indian, for a total of 734 people. As of ending 9/30/99, we had 500 Menominees working for us, 44 descendants, 30 from another tribe, and 161 non-Indians, for a total of 735. As of 9/30/2000, we had 537 Menominees working for us, 50 descendants, 35 from another tribe, and 125 non-Indians. 747 total. 9/30 of 2001, a month or so ago, our figures were 478 Menominees working for us, 31 descendants, 19 from another tribe, and 196 that were non-Indian, for a total of 724. In terms of gender, as of 9/30/2001, we had 233 males working for us. And we had 491 females. So if you want to come to work where there's a lot of females, this is the place to come. So that gives you kind of a little history on our numbers scheme of the tribe, okay? Policies and procedures, you know, we have policies that are guidelines that hopefully help our employees become better employees within the organization. And some of the policies that we have are equal employment opportunity, confidentiality policy, definitions, hiring, classification, orientation and training, public relations, outside employment, medical procedures, travel, career development, probation, hours of work, wage and hour provisions, personal property, work rules and regulations, telephone and mail. Telephones and mail is kind of an interesting one. You know, with the media the way it is nowadays with the computers, I've got about a 3 or 4 page policy that's been written just on that policy by itself. What you can do, what you cannot do. And you can't get on the computer and you can't get into sites that you shouldn't be on. Porn sites or whatever the case may be. If you're gonna get on the internet, you should be on there for business purposes only. And that 3 or 4 page policy spells all of that out. Employee safety and health, absences, leave of absence, promotions, performance appraisals, salary administration, compensatory time, position descriptions, employee benefits, holidays, vacations, personal time, lunch facilities, parking, disciplinary actions, grievance procedure, layoff and recall, termination of employment, retirement, drug-free workplace, employee assistance plan, controlled substances, solicitation, contractual requirements by program, AIDS, and sexual harassment. So those are some of the policies that we work with throughout the organization. And as I said, we have other federal laws that we have to abide by too. For example, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 means we cannot discriminate against a person because of race, age, color, and things like that. What is so unique about that, though, is Indian tribes can discriminate. We can have our own Menominee Preference Act. We can discriminate in employment, okay? But there's other provisions in that act that we have to follow. Also part of that act is sexual harassment. You know, you cannot sexually harass another person, be it male to male, male to female, female to male, or female to female. The law protects you. Americans with Disabilities Act, we have to follow that. Equal Pay Act of 1963, we have to follow that. If I have 2 PC techs that are working for me, one is a male and a female, or one is a male that's been started working for us, and then I suddenly hire a female who has the same skills and same knowledge as the other person, I have to pay that person the same as that male. That's where the Equal Pay Act comes in. Age and Discrimination Act, the Employee Retirement and Income Security Act of 1974 means we must provide benefits on a non-discriminatory basis. Fair Labor Standards Act means that we can legally discriminate between exempt personnel and non-exempt personnel. I'm a exempt person. Exempt person. What does that mean? It means that I have to work as long as it takes to get my job done. It also means that I have some benefits that go along with that. I could conceivably come into work today and work until 9 or 9:30 or so, and call my supervisor and say I'm sick, I'm gonna go home. Technically, I get paid all day for that. It's not charged as sick leave, so I'll get my full pay. But the non-exempt person, the hourly person, if they come in and have to leave at 9:30 or 10 o'clock because they're ill or sick, they have to charge that to something, vacation or personal time. So there's a difference between exempt and non-exempt, okay? Has good and bads. Immigration Reform and Control Act, the IRCA Act, simply means that we must make sure that every person that we hire is not an illegal alien. I just read in the paper here the other day where in San Antonio, at the airport, 90% of the people at the airport were illegal aliens. They weren't Americans. They were not Americans. So, you know, we have to make absolutely sure that you have the appropriate papers and documents to start work with us and all of that. Of course, you know, documents can be forged these days. You know. Family and Medical Leave Act, this provides benefits to employees should they have to take leave for maternity or adoptions or serious illness to a member of their immediate family. So those are some of the things that we have to work with, okay? I think I've covered just about everything that I want to cover. Let me tell you a little bit about payroll and how we've grown over the years. This past year, our payroll at year end was $25 million. $25 million. And at the end of 2000, it was 18 million. At the end of 99, 17 million. 98, 50 million, 15 million. 97, 13 million. That was our annual payroll. So you can see how it has escalated over the years. And it's not really cheap running an operation these days. I can remember a year or so ago, 2 years ago, when I was recruiting pharmacists. At one time, I could recruit pharmacists for about $45,000, $50,000 a year. For some odd reason, the state of Wisconsin dropped their farm program, and we're not graduating pharmacists. So we had to rely on the bordering states, Minnesota and Iowa and Michigan, to recruit. So when you have a lack of pharmacists, what happens? The price goes up, right? And when you have operations like Shopko, Walgreens, and a lot of the drugstore operations that basically are open around the clock, that's where they get hired. So the price goes up. So going from $45,000 to $50,000 in recruitment, you know, I had to make offers in the area of $85,000 just to recruit people here, to get them here. A lot of money. So if you're thinking about a career, think about pharmacy. Okay, that pretty much ends what I want to talk about. Does anyone have any questions about anything that I've talked about? Any questions? Yeah.
Just to give the students a little bit of an idea too of what programs and departments you cover and that you don't cover.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say this. My department is in charge of payroll operations and training and development and human resources. That's my department, okay? In terms of the overall operations, we're involved in every operation within the tribe. If you look at the Constitution, it says in there that tribal judiciary should be independent of the tribe, et cetera, et cetera. On paper, that's fine, but quite frankly, we're involved with them. We process their payroll, we provide support to them, we do everything for them. Law enforcement, we work with them, they're part of our operations. Conservation is tribal school, everybody at the tribal office, the clinic operations, which numbers around 120 or so, the CBRF that we have, the 2 daycares that we have in Yoke and Kashina, the Head Start operations, you know, we're talking 700 plus people, 700 plus people. So you know, if you're ever thinking about a job at the tribe, you know, I'm sure we can fit you in somewhere, someplace, but you better have some education beforehand to get in there. Okay? Jobs are really getting competitive. People are coming to us now with 2-year degrees, applying for clerical jobs and administrative assistant jobs. Getting very competitive, very competitive. So you best stay in school and do what you got to do educationally. Okay?
One more question, could you elaborate a little bit more on your drug-free workplace?
Sure. Drug-free workplace. We have a drug-free workplace, which means that we will not tolerate any illegal drugs in the workplace, meaning cocaine, cannabis, meaning marijuana, PCP, amphetamines, methamphetamines, that type of thing. We do random testing. Every month we do random testing. If you happen to be selected for a random test, you'll come to our office, we'll send you up to Manassekia, they'll do the collection, we send it out to Minnesota, we get the test back that day, and it'll tell us whether or not you're positive or negative. If you're positive, and if you are in your probationary period, we're going to get rid of you. We don't want you. Okay? If you're out of your probationary period, we will offer the employee assistance program to you. In other words, we're going to have some counseling available for you. Okay? I'm developing policies right now that will include that certain departments will be tolerance-free of drugs. In other words, HR will be tolerance-free. If anyone in HR ever tests positive for an illegal drug, they will be fired. Law enforcement, if anyone ever tests positive for illegal drugs, they will be fired. Simply because these are highly sensitive jobs. And we want to make sure that we can provide the type of service that needs to be provided to the people. And those policies have not been adopted yet, but they will be. So that kind of gives you a picture on our Drug-Free Workplace Act. And bear in mind, we are governmental operations, so we are subject to more, or you have more constitutional rights under our policy than elsewhere. Say, for example, you took a job at Aero Foundry in Shawano. You have not very many constitutional rights, okay, under some of those policies. They can test you anytime. Anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Have a nice day, students.
Menominee, and many of you guys probably take it for granted too, just like I did, as I was being brought up here. But it wasn't really until I started moving around and was able to look at different parts of the United States and understand different forestry practices, especially things about resource management, that I realized how unique the Menominee Reservation is compared to the rest of the world and the rest of the forest acreage. I had assumed, even when I was your age, that everybody that had forest acreage and a land base like Menominee, that everybody took care of it. And people don't. The rest of the world is troubled, it's confused on many issues. Many of the land use issues are not in the best interest of the land. Yet Menominee seemed to struggle through this very well, and over the last, especially the last couple hundred years, has made a real contribution to society or to the world, so they can make good land use decisions. What we tried to do, and I gave Easter a copy of we tried to compile some of the events concerning forestry on the Menominee from 1854 to 1992. But also, it's a reference for a lot of the legislation that was really unique to Menominee concerning forest history. Some of the history on Menominee is landmark decisions that the rest of the country looks at in awe and wondering why a small group of people, Menominees, could have so much insight into the land and so much insight into the resource management. That's what that book tries to encapsulate, tries to put together. But since it's fall and the leaves are falling, and I bet you everybody wonders here, I'm sure you don't, but wonder why do some trees lose their leaves and others not? I ran into an old Iroquois legend of why some trees lose their leaves and some not. You know, since it's fall, and since we're going to be kind of tying some of this stuff into the Constitution, kind of thought it was appropriate. And here's the legend. When the Creator made the world, the first thing He made were the trees. As He had much work to do, He asked the trees if they would watch over the land. The trees promised they would be steadfast and watch until the Creator returned. The trees waited and waited. As they waited, they grew sleepier and sleepier still. It was a very long time that they waited. And finally, all the trees went to sleep except one. Only the evergreen was left still watching over the earth. When the Creator returned, He found the trees sleeping, and He was very upset. He told them because they had broken the promise, they would all lose their leaves every winter. Only the evergreen would keep their leaves as a reminder of the sacredness of a promise. As a person who was raised and worked all my life on one of the most unique forests in the United States, I'd like to take this time to thank all you guys for inviting me to speak to you. The Menominee Forest is truly a place that has practiced what today many are trying to find. You know, a lot of people are trying to find today's, you heard about it, is sustainable forestry, sustained yield, ecosystem management, or sustainable communities. But the survival of the Menominee Forest is much more about the Menominee people than it is about forestry. Some want to say it's a story of accidents or fate. this 1/4 acre biome has survived. The forest is 220,000 acres. Has survived from this once vast forest biome, or vast land base of 10 million acres, is really a story of cultural wisdom, commitment to a place, and like the evergreen in the Iroquois legend, one of vigilance. At Menominee, people are convinced that this new behavioral change that is taking place in America today and throughout the world is long overdue. The land ethics and that have occurred all around the world is long overdue. Hopefully it'll last so your children will have a compatible and like world that you're growing up in to live. Yet it is too early to tell because we are just in the beginning of that new enlightenment concerning the environment. With Menominee's notoriety, we see many people from all over the world visiting us to explore the potential in sustaining their resources for many generations. We see many positive signs and indicators of a new enlightenment to the forest elsewhere in the world. We commend these companies and countries and peoples for their commitment. Just as an example of people that visit us and visit the college here in Menominee and other groups. There was people from Morocco here last year, Peru, South America, Russia, China, Canadian First Nations, Mexico. So a lot of people recognize Menominee's environmental commitment to the resource, and they're struggling with human rights, what to do with their resources. Come to Menominee for insight. The Menominee Forest has been described as an island of timber and an ocean of cleared land. Over 93% of the reservation is forested and under sustained yield management. And with satellite imagery, a lot of you guys have seen it, probably recognize it. It's an old one, it's kind of dog-eared, but where the term comes from, an island of timber and an ocean of cleared land. This is taken from a satellite about 100 miles up. It's old photography, what they call false infrared photography. So the wet spots in the trees show up as the dark brown or the kind of reddish color, and the grays are the deciduous trees, the hardwood trees, the sugar maple trees, and the like. But you can remember Budget Lake, obviously. Here's the boundary. The white is snow on the ground. This is the Nicolay National Forest. Here's Stockbridge, what's left of it, as far as forest acreage. But it literally is an island in an ocean of cleared land. So that's 93. This is 234,000 acres, or 250,000 acres. So we've got the villages, so on, all the way up in South France. Take them away, it's 93% forested yet. That's quite an accomplishment. And you appreciate that as you grow older and understand that. So that's kind of where we're starting from, or where the story. And it tells the whole story. That picture to me tells the whole story of Menominee's struggle to maintain and survive. The tribe has found that the forest under the management goal to be healthy, productive, and diverse. Individual stands on this forest are complex, containing seedlings, saplings, soft timber trees, and a bunch of other materials that are in various stages of decomposition, which is necessary to maintain all of the environmental conditions that are necessary for life and survival. The management goal on the Menominee Forest, which is fairly simplistic, which many forest lands do not have, both federal forest lands and and even other Indian lands, which has maintained itself on Menominee through the legislation, which is the goal is to produce the maximum quantity, quality of saw timber while growing under sustained yield principles while maintaining a diversity of native species. What it really said, what it means is grow tall, big trees, and as much variation of those tree species that this land can have. If we're able to do that, many of these different species that we don't even know how they interrelate and work together will be there. One of the great conservationists put it in the same concept, the way he put it. Foresters like myself, other people, game managers and the like Donnie Ryder and the like. Our task, what we're doing is kind of like intelligent tinkering. And one of the first rules when you take the computer apart, if you're tinkering around with taking the computer apart, is what? If I took it apart, I got a leftover piece here. I better not throw that piece away. I think I better keep it because it's important someplace. So one of the first rules of intelligent tinkering, Leopold said, this conservation is keep all the pieces. On the forest, throughout the forest, you have many different plant communities, many different things that interrelate. Some things we know how they work, other things we don't know how they work. But we know we have to keep all the pieces together because someday they'll be important. So how do you do that? So they have to grow a lot of different species of trees and vegetation to maintain itself. Some of those species, just like all of us, don't have the exact same requirements. Some need a lot of sunlight, some will only grow on a certain soil, some need less water, some need more water, some need certain nutrients, some need less nutrients. Finding the right species in the right mix is what we do on the forest as far as management to maintain that diversity. Menominee Tribal Enterprise, who I work for, is in charge of that management of that resource to carry on those functions. To manage a forest for future generations, so your grandchildren will have a like forest to look at and maintain, is our main goal. Each generation carries this charge through, even though there have been and are many economic costs today for the present generation and for future generations. Today we're going through a bad economy. The economy, you see in the news, is all sliding down. People aren't building homes. People aren't doing things to their house. We're in the lump, we make boards at Neoka. People aren't buying as many boards. People don't buy as many boards. We can't sell them. We either sell them at a low rate, and if you sell them at a low rate, there ain't enough money in there, you end up shutting the doors. There's always some, there's always some species that are moving fairly well. Maybe someone's making desktops. That might be sugar maple. People say, well, why don't we just go cut the sugar maple off the forest? Well, if you do that, many times you won't regenerate that species, or maybe you'll take all the good trees out. So what we have to do is be vigilant and patient, and maybe not take all the sugar maple and kind of weather the storm. Menominee has done that today as well as in the past, and that's why the forest persists today. It's through bad economic times they held back to liquidate the forest for short-term gain. Most other landholders throughout the country have not done that. There are landowners that have done it, obviously, but many have not. Many of them is very short gain. That's not to say that we don't cut trees. We have a generation to think of, you and ourselves, that we do have to generate income from for survival. When Menominee reservation shrank from 10.5 million to 250,000 acres, the forest industry was emerging about that time. They started looking at trees to be cut and all the rest of it. Again, there's no welfare or whatever. Tribal leaders seen that as an opportunity for survival of the forest industries. The part about the story that always amazes me is when you read the history books, many of the history books, it paints the picture of Native Americans or those people, those elders, as people who didn't understand the relationship, that they did not manage the resource. It paints them as a picture that they just kind of sat there and whatever happened, happened. It never paints those people as people who managed vast tracts of land and understood the relationships. But when you think about it, way back then, as this forest industry was emerging, 1850, the time of the reservation, here your great-grandfathers are. There's no welfare. The land base just shrank. And they gotta survive. And yet they picked up on this cutting trees, floating them down the Wolf River. Does that sound like a person who did not understand the relationship of managing the resource? The reason I think they picked up on it, even though the history books don't point it out, is because they understood that relationship of man to the environment, and they understood the management, that they were a part of that resource and that they could manage it. Today, I think we in Menominee almost take that for granted. The rest of the world and the rest of the country, if you really look at some of this type of stuff that they're talking about, they're just now trying to figure out that if man is a part of the environment, you hear, well, when the Europeans first came, what did the forest acreage look like? Many a times they almost discount that people were here, Native Americans were here. They were here manipulating vegetation, vast tracts of vegetation. The eastern half of the reservation where we are now, as an example, in 1840, we read, even in this book we have some of this up. In 1840, do you think all of this forest here, part of the reservation, which is the eastern half of the Wolf River, was all forested? No, it wasn't. Only about half of the forest at the time of the 1854 treaty was forested, primarily up here and down through here. The rest of this was small blocks of timber here and there. That's interesting. That was before they started cutting trees. So what was happening here? There were tribal people all obviously living there. We find cultural sites all over up there. In fact, we found one here not too long ago that goes back 1,400 years ago in this block. Grave sites and all that kind of stuff that we didn't know about before. So I mean, it documents that people were here. The Menominees just weren't at the Wolf River and Shawnee Lake and Winnebago. There was someone living there. So now it's don't have trees on yet. Today it has trees on. Some of the earlier stuff says that there was a tornado or a windstorm that happened about 1800 that blew down a lot of this trees, and then fires started after it that kept it open, very open ground and grasses and all the rest of it. That's kind of interesting. the trees that they say blew down and then burnt after the blowdown were white pine trees, or heavy the pine stand. The thing we know about white pine is that it has to be grown in an open type condition. So you have to have, you can't have trees on the top. So when that stand blew down in 1800, there was a condition, and those trees maybe were 150, 180 years old when they blew down, time of 1800. So now we're back to 1700. Some condition there created the white pine to be there. Well, what we studied and what we found out is that the occurrence of these fires that had happened, but you can use by charcoal dating and all the rest of it, were always started in the fall and in the spring. And a lot of people say, well, gee whiz, yeah, the Menominee didn't start those. Those were started by lightning, those fires. Well, what happens when we get storms around here? We get lightning, and then what comes down? Water like crazy, right? Since 1938, over at Forster, when we get a fire, we have to go document where the fires occurred. That's kind of, we call it the Smokey the Bear here. That's kind of when Smokey the Bear came about. So we have to figure out where the fire started. Since 1938 to the present time, I think we had 5 fires, none of them major, that started from lightning. So it doesn't look like lightning played a key role into starting a lot of these fires and regulating it back. Yet we know there were people here, Menominees. So it points to the fact that man's involvement in manipulating a resource was a key element. Point back what I remember I said before is Menominees recognized that they could manage the resource. A lot of their legislation, lots of the lawsuits that we have passed or have bid in the past, stem from the fact that they wanted maximum management to occur on the forest. It's a whole different perception than what a lot of the history books have pointed out. Now, that perception and that diligence to carry out those functions are carried out and written into primarily two main documents. The Trust and Management Agreement with the federal government, and the Forest Management Plan. Forest Management Plan, this is our current one. It tells all our rate, what we're going to do and how we cut and where we cut and all that type of stuff. That's a part of our Restoration Act, built into the Restoration Act. Remembering the harsh, when the tribal leaders at Restoration time, I just remembered the harsh lessons of termination, and that they incorporated these documents into it. The Trust and Management Agreement is a document, again, signed by the tribe, Menominee tribe, the Secretary of Interior. What the Trust and Management did is it established principles under which the Menominee tribe and the federal government would manage and protect the tribal resources, tribal forest resources in my case. The concept of federal protection, and I'm sure you've read about it and heard, the concept of federal protection, not federal domination, defining the controls which the tribe would exercise over its resources, and the role of the Secretary of Interior would have ensuring that these resources would be properly managed and protected. Our Trust and Management Agreement on the forest that Menominee has, I don't know if any other tribe has them yet, there may be, but the Menominee at the time tribe that I'm aware of that had a forest resource that had this relationship with the federal government. It defined in broad terms of what role the federal government was going to have with the forest resource. In years past, with other tribes and Menominee alike, that role, what the federal government would have to the tribes as far as protecting the forest resource was never written. So then it was up to anybody's interpretation on what that role should be. A lot of us, or a lot of people, feel that's not a good thing. Today, a lot of people discuss, debate, should we have a broader or a more detailed trusted management definition with the federal government? That may happen. Under the Restoration Act, which the Trust and Management Plan is a part of, the federal recognition and reinstatement in the, let me start over. Under the Menominee Restoration Act, the tribe incorporated certain key elements that are essential for trust management. The ones that I think are the key elements are that it recognizes and reinstates all rights to and privileges to the tribe, obviously. It allows for maximum self-determination within the confines imposed by the law and the Secretary of Interior. And more important to my job, the trust responsibility for the management of tribal lands and forests. These are elements of the Restoration Act. Management of the forest under the trust and management agreement is to be carried out in a sustained yield way or principles. Tribal delivery of services to its membership is under contract with the federal government. And also a big element is that there would be a limited involvement in tribal operations by the federal government. The Secretary's trust responsibility on the forest is limited. Trust and management is almost limited to just visits. On other Indian lands, the federal government has almost direct control on many lands and direct involvement on the day-to-day type operations. Menominee was one of the first to really have, in '73 after restoration, and especially in the timber tribe, where the tribes carried out all of the functions of forestry operations. Menominee Tribal Enterprise hired foresters like myself and other guys to carry out forestry functions. Our neighbor Stockbridge has 2 foresters down there. They're Bureau of Indian Affairs foresters. They chose that route. I'm sure they have their reasons why they were doing that. But again, Menominee, and again, saying that we don't want federal protection, we want federal domination. We can carry out many of these tasks ourselves. We don't want other people to tell us. It's kind of the fundamental idea that's embellished in a lot of these concepts. Forestry, long-term forestry, again back to the idea that we're doing here is we're trying to grow big trees, lots of diversity, lots of quality, and as much economy dollars, if you want to call it that we can possibly get without really harming the forest resource. If you have all of these elements, big trees, long rotations, a lot of these attributes that people like off the forest, aesthetics, hunting, clean air, clean water, that type of stuff, become a part of that system. Those are the offshoots of doing that type of management. So this simple concept that the tribe has kind of embellished in a lot of its legislature, quality and quantity are in legislation. Quality, quantity, and as much diversity as you can, gives you many of these attributes that we're so concerned about today, especially clean water, and clean air, and a place to go, where you feel that, gee whiz, this is really neat, these are really big trees, these are really old. We still have a lot of that. The one thing that I see a lot of people in society that have a rough time understanding is that trees are a living, plants are a living organism, just like all of us. They came from seed, they live, they die, and they too will die. And these big trees, and they're going to die. Some of these trees all came in, remember this fire I was just talking about on the eastern side of the forest, maybe came in 1840. It took some disaster to bring in all these groups of trees. You guys know what the kind of the baby boomer era is? After World War II, all the soldiers came home and produced a lot of babies. I'm part of one of them guys. And anyway, they had this big disaster of World War II, so the population really jumped up. So here we all are after World War II, after the 50s, and World War II ended, so we got a lot of people. Some of the guys that are baby boomers that were born, after World War II, some of them are gone now, died for whatever reason. There's going to be a few of them that are probably going to live to be about 105, or a little older. I hope I'm one of them. Most of us, though, are going to die about 83 years of age, they tell us. The trees, a lot of the trees are the same way. A lot of them are all kind of born the same way. But most of them will kind of die, especially in our white pine and our red oak stands, will kind of die about the same age. There will be individual trees that might live to be just like people of really old age. But most of them won't. But people see those older trees, just like us. We all hope to live to be the oldest that we can. But most of us will die and look around that same average age. But we all hope to live to that older age. And sometimes people take that conception and want to carry the forest too far, too old. And when all the trees start dying, there's no economic return for the tribal community in our case. If we would do that here on the Menominee, just kind of let all the trees go too far to be too old, then there's no economic return. At one time in Menominee history, Menominees were forced to let the trees go too far, and they were only allowed, or ancestors were only allowed to pick up the dead trees. That was the act of, I think it was 1869 or something like that, right around that time. We were only allowed to cut the dead trees. One of the chiefs said, we all know that the green trees are worth more than the dead trees. Please allow us to cut the green trees. There was all kinds of reasoning that they were trying to make the tribe cave in so the timber barons could liquidate the Menominee forest. But they knew at the time, again, the point is that tribal leaders, tribal people at that time, as early as that time, understood that they could cut timber to survive. Today, as a society, especially the outside society, is still trying to figure that out. Again, why is that so important? Because I think that ancestrally, Menominees understood that concept of management. Maybe they didn't manage for boards for a sawmill, but they were managing for certain elements that were necessary for them. The sweetgrass, certain ashes have a different silvicultural requirement. Woodland caribou, which were part of this forest, that were kind of semi-forested. They managed and regulated the forest to produce those type of vegetations that would promote what they needed, white birch, which was one of the species that they use extensively. It needs to come in after some type of disaster or fire, otherwise you lose it. They understood that, and they built that into a lot of the legislation. The Act of 1890, I got a chart here, I'll show you something. In 1852, the tribe, they estimated that the Menominee forest, same place, in changing the location, they estimated it to have about 1,300,000,000 board feet. And what's a board foot? It's a board that's about as big as this book and about that thick. That'd be 1 board foot. That's 1 board foot. That's what the industry uses as a measurement. Way back here, they had 1,300,000,000 feet of those things. That'd be trees that were, well, that big in diameter, 10 inches in diameter, and it couldn't be rotten. It had to be at least 50% no rot. It had to be sound. So measuring those type of trees, again, 1,300,000,000. Today we got 1,700,000,000. So we got, from when we started, we got a lot of trees. Almost as, well, we got more than when we started, but again, some of this land wasn't productive way back here, as far as it didn't have trees on it. It had other vegetation that different plant communities on it. What these bars represent here is all of the timber that the tribe had cut since they started driving logs down the Wolf River here. You add all of these up, it's 2.25 billion board feet. Remember what I said, they had 1,300,000,000 here in the beginning. 1,300,000,000 of these things. Today, we've got 1,700,000,000. They cut 2.25 billion. So they cut more than what we got today in 140 years. In volume, you say, well, how can that be? How can you cut more than what you started and what you got left? You got a whole bunch of trees that you cut. And it's because of this idea of management. Cutting trees off, regrowing them. You look at a lot of what the tribe has done in this legislation. Even the earlier lawsuits dealt around the premise of if you cut trees, you gotta make an effort to regenerate them. And that's why they have always advocated strong forestry here since the beginning. It's kind of like McDonald's. McDonald's, you know, when you go to McDonald's, how many, whatever, they got 13 billion hamburgers or whatever that you sold. That's kind of the Golden Arches numbers here for Menominee. It's an amazing number. Most people can't really fathom how much volume you have cut here on the forest. On an annual basis, just to, you guys all see them pulp trucks whizzing by? Hopefully they're not whizzing by, they're going slow. But the pulp trucks going by on Highway 47 and the log trucks. On 1 year, the amount of pulpwood that goes for paper and other things that they sell to other customers, in 1 year, if you pile it all together, if you started in the open, 1 year, if you started in the open, and it would go to Kashina, how high would you think that pile would be? It's about 15 feet high, 15 to 18 feet high. It's for a pile of solid wood, solid pile of wood from the open to Kashina. You know how long they are on the pulp trucks, are 8 feet long. It would be about 15 feet high. That's how much wood comes off the forest. That's just the pulpwood. Then there's the saw logs that go to the Neil pit. The saw logs that go to the Neil pit mill can build about 3,500 homes on an annual basis. So there's lots of wood coming off this acreage. Yet, we continually do it. They've been doing that a lot longer than I've even been here. So something has happened. But the point that I'm trying to make, the something that is happening is in this concept of management and doing it on the forest. Because that's so strong here on the forest, or in the community, it's built in to the documents. It's built into the, as I said, the trust and management agreement. The forest management plan is a part of the Restoration Act. When you read the Constitution, it talks about land being held into production, land use planning, what you can do and what you can't do. Without a strong land use plan, since many of these crops and trees and vegetation that work would take 180 years or longer to grow, making sure that that land is going to be capable and dedicated to the growing trees is a very important issue. The tribe understood that, and that's why they built that in, part of that into the Constitution. I forgot what article that is. I think it's Article 14 or whatever, where it talks about conservation. There's always a big issue about other articles in the Constitution. The one that there's always talking about, Article 12, the company that I work for, between as far as a business. I would assume Larry Walker would be talking about that, Mr. Swiney didn't go down that road. But the conservation and keeping the forest intact, the Article 13, which talks about the trust relationship with the federal government, are all big issues that my job I have to do in a building the Constitution.
We got about a minute. Oh, not even.
Thank you.
Have a nice day, everyone.
And we moved away a long time ago, and I grew up in the city in Milwaukee. Along the way, I did a few things. I went on to the Northwestern University School of Law in Chicago. Very fortunate to be accepted into one of the top law schools in the country. And there I graduated near the top of my class again from the School of Law. Immediately after that, I went to work at the United States Department of Justice. I was an attorney who represented the United States in cases in court for 5.5 years. So one of the best jobs you can get out of law school as far as practice is concerned. Is anybody interested in law school? I know you're still interested in Saturday, right? You are. Good. Good. I know that everybody understood the word Saturday, so I figured you were all just kind of waiting for the weekend and waiting to get me out of here, which is understandable. I was once your age myself. As far as the Constitution goes, and I have a copy right here, the Constitution, a beat-up copy. I ran it over a couple times with my truck, and threw it out my window a couple times. I went and taped it up and played football with it a little bit. And, jumped on it, spit on it, did a few other things that probably shouldn't be done. But it's still here. It's still here. It survived everything. And it will survive everything. It'll survive all of what I just said. Now granted, you don't want to do all that physical stuff to it, you know, the spitting on it and whatever else, but whatever else you might want to do to it. Many people don't like this Constitution. Why is their own reasons. My job, does anybody know what my job is as the Chief Justice? Can anybody describe my job as the Chief Justice of the courts? Anybody can describe the court's role? And it's not throw people in jail. It is, but not. No. Anybody? The court's role. As the Chief Justice, I'm the guardian of this. I am the guardian. You know what that means? I watch over it. I watch over the tribe. I don't have to watch over this because this will remain the same. You understand? This will remain the same unless we amend it, and you know how to amend it, right? Have you studied that? Has anybody studied that? Are we half awake or half asleep? How do we amend the Constitution? You who opened your mouth first. It's hard. It's hard. It's a hard process. And I'm not going to tell you the answer because you're going to have to find out for yourself. But my job, I am the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. It says in Article 3, Section 2, that the Supreme Court of the tribe shall be the final and supreme interpreter of this Constitution and bylaws in all tribal ordinances. The final and supreme interpreter. What does that mean? Means I'm pretty powerful dude, huh? Is that what that means? Is that what that means? You're gonna go to law school, right? Is that what that means? I'm a pretty powerful dude, right? Yes. Yes, I am. But it's not by myself that makes it powerful. It's the office of the court. The office of the courts brings my power. And my power is limited by what's in here. You understand? This is the backbone of our society. Of our legal society, not of our cultural society. You must understand that this is our legal backbone, not our cultural backbone. We do these things in order to have sovereignty. Anybody know what sovereignty is? Anybody? What's sovereignty? Can you make decisions for yourself? So you can make decisions that affect what you're gonna do, right? And what you're gonna be, and who you're gonna see, and who you're gonna talk to, and who you're going to deal with, and whatever. Who does? Who does? Who else has that power? You have that power. You have that power. You have the power to make decisions regarding yourself, regarding what you're gonna do, who you're gonna see, who you're gonna, what movie you're gonna go see, what music you're gonna listen to. When a government has that, that's called sovereignty. Okay, it's a right to make decisions for itself, for the people that it governs. Okay? It's all right. I like you. You're all right. If anything you should learn today, it's that I'm a powerful dude. No, it's the thing. It's to make decisions. Can the Menominee tribe make decisions for itself? Is it empowered to make decisions for itself? Can it make decisions? I'll leave that to whoever. Who said yes? So it can make decisions for itself, correct? That's right. That's absolutely right. The Menominee tribe is empowered to make decisions for itself. You understand? To make decisions regarding all you 7 here, you 4 over here, Sean Kazin, the Chief Justice, the courts, the programs, the money that's being spent. And that's all in here. That's all in here. But they must make decisions that fit in here. You understand? They must make decisions that fit in here. Well, not this beat up Constitution, but in the Constitution. And if they don't make decisions based upon here, that's where I come in. And that's where I tell the tribe, you can't do it. You can't do it. It's against the law. It's against the Constitution. Does anybody do that for you? Ms. What's your name? Olson? Does anybody else tell you that, nope, can't do it? Who's that? Sure. So would your parents be kind of your Chief Justice? Your courts? They would, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? Because they'd tell you, no, you can't do that. The courts act as that, as that thing that says that you can't do that. But it also acts, to allow people to come in and air their differences. It states right in the Article 3, Section 2 again, it states that the tribal judiciary shall be vested with all judicial powers of the tribe, including the following powers: to resolve controversies between and among persons. You got a controversy with him. What'd she do to you? She punch you? Did she beat you up? You're going to come into court and tell me that? Yeah, she kicked me. Right? She kicked me, and I don't want her to kick me. Now, maybe you do want her to kick you. I don't know. That's your decision, but that's part of your own sovereignty. You come in, you say, she kicked me, I don't want her kicking me, right? It's against the law, right? It's against the law. What are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you? And not only this, but you kicked him, kicked her, and him as well. You're just kind of a kicker, aren't you? You just kind of go around kicking people, don't you? What are we gonna do with you? You agree it's against the law, right, that you can't kick people? What are we gonna do with you? I don't know, I've seen you in here before, and, you know, I'm getting sick of seeing your face. I might just throw you in the back and forget that you're back there. But that's resolving the controversy, you know what I mean? Okay, say, you know, I don't wanna throw you in jail. Well, maybe we'll throw you in adjoining jail cells, and then you can just look at each other all day. You know? I don't want to throw you in jail. You know what I want to do? I think you did wrong. You know, he's hurt. He's damaged. His leg is damaged. He's, you know, his basketball career is gone. He is not going to be able to play basketball anymore. You know, he's lost his, you know, he was going to be, you know, an all-star. What can we do to you? What can we do to you? But she wasn't going to be an all-star. She wasn't going to be an all-star. Now, do we kick her in the leg?
No.
But what can we do to her to, you know, we don't want to throw her in jail.
Give her fine.
Do we want to give her a fine?
Something
Do you want to get kicked?
Do we want to give her a fine? If we give you a fine, if we say I come in and say, $5,000. Or 300 days in jail. How does that help him?
No.
Does it? It doesn't. Does that help you at all if I find her and the tribe gets the money and the tribe
Yeah.
spends it on whatever the tribe spends money on? Does that help you? No. It helps you. It helps him. It helps you. But it helps you in a small way. In other words, the services that the tribe, you know, gives may help you. You understand what I'm saying? But it doesn't help you. It's not like it's $5,000 in your pocket. You know, because you were supposed to be an all-star, right? And now you're damaged for life. Sewer. Who said sewer? Sewer? What do we sewer? And what? Okay, she says sewer. He was supposed to be an all-star. What's happening to him? No, what's you're right. Sewer. Not sewer. Sue her. Yeah, sewer. Throw in the sewer. No. Sue her. You're right. Sue her. He sues her, right? The tribe doesn't sue her. He sues her. He says what? You? And now he's not. So what, why? What is he looking for?
Money.
For what?
Hospital bill?
Does he just want his hospital bill?
No, he wants.
But is that all he wants? I mean, it's already known that he can't, even if he gets his leg fixed, he's not gonna be an all-star. Okay? But he still wants to use of that leg, right? Unless he wants to limp around all of his life saying, my leg is permanently damaged, and, you know, and just hold it against you the rest of the time. And start a feud. But what else does he want?
He wants to see something.
What does he want? That's what you get for coming in late. You get the next question. All right. What else does he want? He wants the hospital bills.
He wants to see, or something happened or something.
Want to see me going dead?
I don't think he wants to see you going dead as much as he wants, you want to see yourself. What do you want to see yourself? Now, you were going to make millions of dollars, remember. Because you were going to be an all-star. Do you want what you are going to get?
Go home.
Do you want what you are going to get? Do you want the millions of dollars? Do you want? Sure you do. Whether I'm going to give it to you is another thing, or whether a jury is going to give it to you is another issue. But you want what you were going to get, right? Because you were going to be an all-star. You were going to make millions of dollars. She booted you in the leg. You can't be an all-star. You are not going to make $1 million. Right? You know, if you want to get $1 million, you're going to have to be a little more forceful than that. Say, yeah, I want that $1 million. You know, and say, Judge, and I'm sitting up here, and you're telling me, I'm saying, you know, first of all, I shouldn't have to drag it out of you. You should be coming into court yelling, not kicking anybody, screaming, I want my $1 million, right? So I shouldn't have to tell you, are you going to get, do you want your $1 million? And you say, yeah. No, you got to come in and say, hey, I want my $1 million. She owes it to me. She booted me. Right? Controversies amongst the Menominees are going to be inevitable. Understand? We're always going to have controversies among people. You know, and they have it in all societies. I'm not saying this just because the Menominees are, you know, we go around booting each other or something like that. But that's where this comes in. We are to hear those controversies. We are to say, what is your name? Tina. We're to say, Tina, you owe him $1 million. Pay up. Or pay him. You don't have to pay me. Pay him.
Yeah.
You want your $1 million. What do you want? Okay. What do you want out of a court system that is going to get you your $1 million? What is your problem? What do you want out of a court system that you're going to think you're going to get $1 million? What do you want the court system to be? What characteristics do you want it to have? Do you want it to be biased in favor of her? What do you want? You know, you're coming into me.
To be defended. Be defended.
Fair play.
Right. What does he want?
Fair court.
So he wants fairness from the courts, right? He wants fairness from, but you do too, right? Because you don't want him coming in and saying, I want $1 million, and I say, you pay him $10 million, right? Right? Isn't that correct? I mean, if I were to do that, would that be fair to you? If you came in and said, I want $1 million, and I said, well, I think your injury is only worth $1. Is that fair to you? No. Now you, who came in late. You're the jury. She's kicked him. I'll tell you the story now. Now listen, you better listen up. She's kicked him. He was going to be an all-star basketball player. All right, whether he can play basketball or lick or not is, you know. She kicked him. He was going to be an all-star basketball player. He was going to make $1 million. You know. He comes in and asks for $1 million. He says, $1 million. I want $1 million from her. She booted me. I can't play anymore. I was going to make $1 million. I was going to get a big, nice home. I was going to, you know, get a nice car. I was going to, whatever. I'm going to buy some trust land. Someday you'll get that joke. He says, I want $1 million. She said, I'm only giving him $25. He's proved his case, though. He brings in doctors. He brings in, you know, the whole staff from the television show ER. And he said, you know, and they all say, yes. He brings in a financial expert who says, yeah, he was going to make $1 million a year. We've already proven that she booted. She admitted, I booted him. I hate him. He looks at me the wrong way. You know, he follows me home from school, whatever. And so I kicked him. You know, it's already. She's already said yes. I booted him. Right in the leg. I don't care. I hate him. He's saying, yeah, she booted me. They proved everything. He's proven his. She says, I don't even contest this. He wants $1 million. You gonna give it to him? You are. You're gonna tell her pay $1 million. Part of the problem, though, is that she's got her person, her medical person. She brings in the cast from whatever, some other medical show. You know. And they say, nah, you know, it's not as bad as he says it is. It's not as bad as his experts say it is. What are you going to do? Are you going to go out in the hall and you're going to think about it for a while? You're going to think, you know, are you going to look at the credibility? And you know what the credibility is, right? Whether you believe her witnesses or whether you believe his witnesses. You know, they're kind of like, you know, they can't agree on anything, you know. They can't agree on whether the sky is blue or not. What are you going to do? What do you expect to do? And you get this because you came in late. What do you want to do? Do you want, you know both of them. You know both of them, okay? You know them both. They're friends of yours. What do you want to be? What do you want to be, first of all? What do you want to be in your decision? What do you want to be? What does he want to be?
A jury.
Right, but you said it before.
Friend.
Fairness. You want fairness. You want fairness. You better pay attention, you're not gonna get any money. You want fairness, right? You don't wanna pay too much. You don't want to pay too much. You don't want to get too little. The tribal legislature gets involved. The tribal legislature says about you, and you're paying attention. The tribal legislature says, we valued him. We valued him. He was going to put our tribe on the map. He was, going to get recognition for our tribe. Judge Martin, we want you to get $5 million from him because we think he was worth it to our tribe. Do we listen to the tribe?
Yep.
Do we listen to the tribe? Does the court listen to the tribe?
Yep.
Why? Hmm? Do we listen to the tribe?
Yep.
Why?
Want to know? Because you want to know what they think about it. How they feel about it.
Does what they think matter?
No.
Then why do we want to listen?
They make laws.
But they've already made the law. They can't make laws. One of the things you can't do is you can't make a law. In other words, say at the time she booted him, it wasn't illegal. Okay? Anybody could have gone around and booted anybody, and we just had a free booting society. Just kind of like go around and kick everybody. And everybody had bruises all up and down their legs and on their backside. They can't make the law afterwards, after she booted him, that it was against the law, and then say he's guilty, or he needs to pay her some money. All right, let me tell you this. The tribal legislature and the tribal judiciary shall be separate and equal branches of the tribal government. Neither branch shall exercise the powers of the other, nor shall either branch have authority over the other branch, except as may be granted by this Constitution and bylaws. Does that sound like we listen to the tribal legislature?
No.
Who said no? You say no? Yes, you did. Yes. No?
Yeah.
Is it yeah? Is it yeah or no? We don't listen to them. Right. Why not? Right. Right. It has nothing to do with them, but bigger issue, constitutionally. If you just listen to what I just said, they don't have the authority to come in and tell us what to do. You understand? You don't understand. That's all right, good, just take it. Don't catch that. Neither branch shall exercise the powers of the other. The court comes in and says, you don't owe him anything. Your witnesses were better than his witnesses. You don't owe him anything. All right? You're happy, aren't you? happy, are you? You're not happy. You're happy. We said, no. The tribal legislature comes in and says, we don't like that decision. They order you to pay him. Can they do that?
Nope.
Why can't they do that? None of their business, it's in their interest. But why can't they do that? Anybody?
Because they're not, they have much power to distribution, and they don't have no higher quality.
That's correct. But what else about that? What powers do they have?
Same powers?
Separate powers, separate and equal powers, yes. Separate, you're equal. Okay? What powers don't they have? What powers don't the legislature, tribal legislature have?
Interfere in anything?
The tribal legislature does not have the power to resolve controversies between and among persons where such controversies arise under this Constitution and bylaws. Understand? In other words, you can't go in, you can, and if he agrees to it, you know, you go in and you say, I'm going to legislature. Judge Martin, you're full of whatever. I'm going to the legislature. You say, no, you said that. I'm sorry, because you didn't have to pay, right? You go in and you say, and I say, go ahead. Go ahead, have fun. I'll give you a ride up there. I'll give you a ride to the next meeting. Can they do anything? Because you come in and say, they don't have that right. Right? They don't have that right to resolve this controversy, this case, do they? The biggest fundamental thing in the Constitution is the separation of powers, is what that is. Because it creates fairness. It creates, you know, you don't want, if you're being charged by the tribe, let me get somebody else here who's being charged. You. If you're getting charged by the tribe of doing something, you get charged with curfew. And I don't want to see you in there getting charged with curfew either. Because believe me, I remember in the face. You're getting charged with curfew. The tribe comes in against you. And do you know what do you know what the difference between a civil suit and a criminal suit is? In a civil suit would have been these two, okay? Her against him. Okay, that's two parties. You're not sovereign, you're not a sovereign. A criminal suit is one where the sovereign, the tribe, charges you with breaking the law. Okay, you were out, we saw you, Pine Ridge, 11:13 at night. You're not allowed to be out there. You know that.
What if they just see you?
Yeah. If I see you, I'll run you over. I'm just kidding. You're out. You're breaking the law. All right? As far as I know, you're a good person. You're breaking the law. Okay? So it's going to be the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin versus, you are? Gina. Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin versus Gina. So the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin and the prosecutor come in and say, Gina did this, Gina did that, Gina did this, you know. We want you to throw the book at her. We want her to sit in jail and rot until she dies. Gina says, yeah, I did that. Do you want, what is the thing that you want again? From the court, what is the thing that you want? Not, don't say your freedom or anything, because you're not getting it yet. Fairness. You want fairness, right? The tribe is on one side. You're on the other side. I'm in the middle. Do you want me to have to answer to the tribe? Do you want me to have to answer to the tribe? You know? Anybody? You say no? No. No, you don't want me to have. You don't want me to have to go and answer to the tribe, right? To say, you know, go on bended knee and say, you know, give us whatever, you know, correct? So you want fairness. You can't have that if I have to get everything from the tribe, right? Or if I have to, you know. So you don't want that. You want separation of powers, right? Right? You want the separation of powers, don't you? Because the tribe is already a party. And if they're running the courts and a party in the courts, you don't want that, do you? Because everything's stacked against you, right? Because you go in there and, you know, you might as well just walk right into jail. In your little orange suit. You might as well just go right into jail. Right? Because you're getting, that's it. But there exists the separation of power. The most important article, in my estimation, and I and Justice Cannot are the final and supreme interpreters of the Constitution and bylaws. The most important article in there is Article 3, Section 3. Which is the separation of powers. The most important article in the Constitution, the United States Constitution, is the separation of powers. You know why? Because it's the part of this document that keeps us in check, that keeps the courts doing what the courts are supposed to do, keeps the legislature doing what the legislature is supposed to do. Understand? You understand? You understand that? This article, Article 3, Section 3, is the reason why I and the judiciary are the guardians of this document. Everything flows out of here for us. Are there any questions? What time is it? Oh, yeah.
About a minute and a half left.
Any questions? Where's the clock? Oh. Any questions? Anybody at all? Do you understand any more about the Constitution than you did when you walked in?
Yeah.
Do you understand more about the courts than you? The courts are, let me say this to end. The courts are somewhere where if you have a problem, a legal problem with somebody, or something, you should have no problem coming in and filing suit or doing whatever you have to do in the courts. I do not answer to the tribe or to the citizens. I answer to this. Thank you very much. Stop kicking.
See you later. Yeah.